I love that intro music. I don't know what it is. It's really cool. I do. I have to listen to it. Okay, let's get your full head in here. I think you vanished on me. There we go. There we go. I got you. No, it's on me. It's on me. It's on me. So I had to put you back in frame there. Welcome everybody. It is Rum and Coke night. It's kind of fortuitous because I kind of wanted to do this tonight, and at the same time, I had the wonderful Landon Curt Noll message me and says, "Hey, you want to do a Rum and Coke tonight?" I'm like, "Yeah." What'd you do? Read my mind? So I think he might have psychic abilities. I mean, he has all these other things, right? I mean, he's so smart. Maybe his brain has reached maximum capacity and has become so self-aware that he's able to actually like project his thoughts on others.
It's also possible that great minds think alike. So
well, that leaves me out. But anyways, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing fine. I'm going to say good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on your time zone and latitude from your fairly secular astronomer. And hello to those, particularly in the southern hemisphere. We see that we have somebody allegedly from the land slightly down under. We also have special folks from the land way down under. Well beyond 80 degrees south, I should split it that way, who are being fed the chat and are listening. Welcome on. So we have this rum and coke night, which of course, neither of us either has rum or coke, but we have beverages that are special. I could do an introduction there, but I'm doing pretty well. And yourself?
I am doing well. I am, yeah, because we're drinking. I didn't break out the great champagne. This is my inexpensive stuff, right? I do prefer like the pink, right? The rosés, yeah. And so this is a brut, so it's obviously going to be a much drier. But since we actually have gotten now a hearing scheduled for Kyle Curtis for going to jail, I figured why not? So I'm having a little bit of champagne, just have a little bit of a mini celebration for that.
Excellent.
So I've got that in.
Well, and that excellent on that thing here. I'm not going to open up because even though you might be 95% done, for the remaining 5%. I'm going to at some point open up this bottle here. So this is a very special Bookleaders Hill Costa Brown. I'm fortunate to be on their distribution list because you have to be on it for several years to get bottles in the first place. And this was a special bottle. In fact, just to know, I got a bid on this. Someone actually offered $1,000 for this bottle at this point.
Damn.
But I don't pay that much. I get, because they know I like it and I actually drink it. I get, I think I got this for like 65 or something.
Well,
first came out.
I'm in awe. I like Chardonnay, and that's Chardonnay, right? So
this is, and I've had one other bottle of this, and it's outstanding. So this bottle, that's sort of like restaurant price type stuff. You probably can get it for $3.50 if you shop around better. Anyway, but this bottle will open up when the remaining 5% is either done or in a confined location.
That works. Yeah, I think we could probably arrange that.
Where quantum tunneling doesn't work. So instead,
quantum tunneling. Yeah. So let me get this straight. So when Kyle goes to prison, quantum tunneling is not going to get him out of it. I want to make sure that that's not how quantum works exactly.
They typically have things where his quantum wavelength is actually insufficient to tunnel through the barrier.
We do have a super chat. Hey, check it. Kawasa for 20,001. He says, "I like to contribute a little to that celebration. Here's to Kyle's jail." Here you go, my friend. There you go. And this is actual champagne. You can tell that's a little discoloration, right? Yeah.
So I will. This is actually what I'm going to drink. I'll open up to start with, and this is a really nice, Chardonnay from Canada, right? In part because I will be moving. Well, our friendly neighbors to the north, a nice little white cap,
I love Canadians. I'm just saying, Canada.
And some of my best friends are Canadian too, allegedly. And so this is what I will open up, and of course they are smart. They don't have the stupid cork. You don't have.
What are you going to sniff?
Well. I'm saying this because I know there are people who accuse me of being a cork sniffer, or I have to pronounce it right. Cork sniffer? Is that how you say it?
Cork sniffer.
Yes, cork sniffer. But I'm having this glass called Have Mercy, which, of course, a certain judge may not have as much mercy as someone might.
Yes, I believe that the mercy has long since evaporated from that particular court room.
Yeah.
We will see here in 3 more
talking
weeks.
about.
Yes.
But anyway, so to your health, sir, and
Cheers.
to the health of others.
Yes, l'chaim.
Cheers.
All right, so let's get this started. I did give the link to a few people if they want to join later on. That's fine. Right now is pretty much just this Mr. Landon on a topic that I know he is, pretty well versed on. A topic that I've been kind of hesitant to try to kind of solidify as far as my particular position on it. And the reason being is because, I did a vote on my Twitter on this particular topic, free speech absolutism, and it was mixed as expected. I mean, I really wasn't that surprised. It was basically a 40 some odd percent said that they should have free speech absolutism, and about 40 some odd percent said they have some restrictions from the government. So it was pretty close. And so I'm kind of in that middle ground, and I'm not sure which way to go. And the reason being is because it's one of those things where you do kind of either accept free, unfettered speech and absolutism, or you don't. And if you don't, then why not? And there are pros and cons to this. I do believe in a freedom of speech. Yes, absolutely. I think that the government shouldn't get involved in people's free speech and what they want to say. However, there might be some limitations, and there might be some good reasons for limitations, right? I do hold that freedom of speech is protection for not just for those speaking it, but for the listeners as well, right? Because yes. Freedom of speech allows us to hear things that maybe you weren't going to hear somewhere else, right? It gives us opposing viewpoints. And real quick, to kind of give you a foreshadowing, on Monday we're going to be talking about the Church of the Woke, and we're going to be talking about some things that Cheshire had talked about on her channel in regards to the controversy with the American Human Association and Richard Dawkins, right? And
yes.
So we're going to be diving into that a little bit, and I think that this is kind of a precursor to that because. Where does our things lie on freedom of speech? Where does it lie as far as free speech absolutism? And I do want to conflate that with free speech on platforms, right? Because let's face it, you have no free speech on platforms. You're at their mercy. And I'm not going to get into the argument of should Twitter allow free speech? No, it has nothing to do with that. We're talking about the government at the end of the day being able to somehow regulate by law what can be said and what cannot be said, including things like hate speech, fighting words, libel, slander, defamation. It literally is anything that comes out of your mouth. Do they have a right in some way to regulate? Even safety things, right? Now, again, people know you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. It is against the law. But is that a violation of free speech? Do we not adhere to certain things like time, place, and matter as part of our understanding of free speech? So anyways, I want to get your opinion on that and where you kind of lie in that spectrum.
Well, my opinion, first of all, when you start using words like absolutism, I think you usually run into problems. When you make statements that are absolute, you run the risk of finding the exceptions, right? And also the people who make these absolutist statements frequently are dogmatic, right? That it comes out of dogma as opposed to something. And so the first thing I just say when I hear, think about free speech absolutism is, I can probably have a discussion where unless you're of the cult of everything goes, you probably have your limits for free speech. It is a complex subject because what is speech? What is free? And how absolute? What do you mean by absolute? It runs into issues. The Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Rights states that everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. This right includes the freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek and receive and impart information and ideas through any media, regardless of frontiers. Now, that doesn't say everything goes. That doesn't say, and there's no consequences. Because some of the time, I think when people talk about this called I have freedom of speech, they sometimes say, therefore you can't create a consequence for what I said.
No, I think they're completely independent things. I mean, freedom of speech allows you to say it, doesn't negate any consequences for your actions and what you say. Obviously, there is going to be social consequences one way or another for certain things. I mean, society has deemed certain things inappropriate, and that's perfectly fine, right? I have no problem with social consequences. But the thing is, should there be legal ramifications from it?
Yeah, and here's the thing, where people say, well, but and they'll get saying First Amendment and say, well, that's competing with the government, restricting speech of Americans, so it doesn't apply outside the United States, and it applies only to the government. So there's a lot of that problem that comes into play when you're dealing with, Americans, that is, users, not let's say the Canadians who are also in North America. and by the way,
you start talking about it when one appears. That's how it works.
Yes. So this is I don't know if you notice there that this is actually from Ontario, Beamsville, Ontario, Canada.
Yeah, Beamsville. That's not too far from me.
Yes.
You got a white. I got a red.
Excellent on there. So this is one of the few Canadian wines that you will find in the United States because of free trade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Have you tried the Poke of the Bear? I don't know if you can get it where you are.
I have, but only there.
Oh yeah, I don't know how much importing they do, or I guess exporting they do. I got Yellowtail right now, so I'm actually drinking Australian wine.
Well,
I got Yellowtail.
Yellowtail is okay. It is it's one of their bulk exports, but Australia has some extraordinarily fantastic wines, particularly from South Australia. It's some of the places I like, and there's there's some valleys down there that are really quite good. So anyway, but I have other liquors we can go to after the wine. That being said, we're talking about speech. So, one of the questions you talk about free speech absolutism, you say, well, what is speech? And what is free? There's an expression, free software. Is it free as in beer or free as in,
I think it's free to have the ability to say something without fear of reprisal from the government. So you can bring redress and complaints that you have without having the fear of the government retaliating, which, by the way, they still do sometimes, obviously. But that's what it's supposed to be for. It's supposed to be for you to be able to petition for the government for redress and not have them retaliate against you.
Yeah, but that's a government suppression of speech. But even that is in the United States has been deemed to not be absolute.
Yes.
And you might say, but the language in the Constitution says yes, but the Supreme Court has time and time again said that is not an absolute right. And here's the thing. I think that some people, you talk about, the woke crowd, forget. They like to talk about things like the free speech movement of the 60s, and then talk about the free speech movement of like civil rights movement and so forth. They fail to understand that part of what Gandhi did, part of what Martin Luther King did, was to go to jail for their convictions. They actually engaged in speech and actions for which they were sent to jail, and that was part of the protest.
Yeah, well, they were protesting against a corrupt system.
And so the notion of, well, I have the right to speech and I have no consequences, that I think is typically a bad place to be in. Again, you look back to that Human Rights Declaration. This right includes freedom to hold opinion without interference. So you can hold an opinion. That doesn't mean you can't have consequences.
Yeah, but they were talking about unjust laws. They were talking about segregation. They were talking about Jim Crow laws. They were talking about how there was a difference between how blacks were treated as opposed to whites in those types of societies, and there was very unjust things going on. That's what they were protesting. Nowadays, people think of freedom of speech, but that's not what they're doing. They're not protesting those things. Now, some people are. It still happens, but no, people going on Twitter and they're saying, oh, this person said something I didn't like what they said. Let's cancel them. They said something that I don't agree with, that I don't even want to talk to them about or have the discussion about. So therefore, they should suffer the penalties and societal condemnation of them. That's where it's devolved into, and they think that they're doing something morally significant. They think they're doing something just, and they're not. All they're doing, in my opinion, is stifling what is even meant by the thought of having free speech without fear of something. And again, it makes no difference from the government or from society. When you say something, yes, there might be ramifications for those actions, right? Let's say there's fighting where I say, look, I'm going to do something to you. I'm going to harm you in some way. That could be considered assault, right? There's legal things for that. But if I say, hey, Landon, I disagree with you on this particular topic. Here's my particular view. I'm sorry, I'm not assaulting you in any way. Verbal things are not something that cause physical harm to anybody, right? I mean, I'm not like beating you up with words. And so when you have these topics and they say they're violence, like words cannot be violent, right? I'm sorry, words are not violence, right? They can be assault because assault entails just a verbal than as bad as physical. But there's no actual violence being had there. And I'm sorry, just because I disagree with somebody, that's not cause for the backlash as a weapon to be used against somebody, which again is what I'm seeing nowadays. In much fact, that's what Cheshire just talked about her on her channel, and that's what we're going to be talking about on Judgment Call, kind of initially, to get people weighing in on that on Monday.
Yeah. We're going to be on our second official episode of Judgment Call, and we're going to get canceled.
Probably.
Yeah,
demonetized on my channel.
It did that. You wanted to talk about what Steve said, or add your own.
Oh, well, the thing I was talking about recently is when people go out of their way to find fault with somebody they already don't like or take issue with. And there's a degree of, there's something where your words become harassment. You don't get to force your opinion on other people. You can say your opinion all you want, and you're allowed to talk to other people about your opinion and your positions, but you're not allowed to force somebody to listen to you. And that's sort of where the line gets drawn in Canada, is we have a little bit more free speech laws, or free speech restrictions, I guess, which is why you get like the extreme Jordan Peterson crowd being like, yeah, you're attacking our freedom of speech. And it's like, no. The point isn't that you can't say these things. The point is that you can't harass people with the things that you're saying. So it's the right to, without,
right to hold those opinions without interference, and to seek and receive and impart information and ideas. That's right. The thing there. And
yeah, so there's there's a line there, and that would apply to let's say Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz, who had his house vandalized because he abandoned his state during a blackout during a winter storm. He had his house vandalized. There are people making threats towards him. That's crossing the line about what would and would not have repercussions by the government, because now you're taking action. You're not just saying, hey, fuck you in particular. You're saying, I'm going to harm you, or I have vandalized your house. Now, does that mean that Ted Cruz maybe didn't deserve it? Maybe he might have deserved it, but that doesn't necessarily make it legal.
Well, I don't think anybody deserves to have their home. Again, this is not how you. To me, that's not how you approach things. That's not how you express.
In an ideal world, yes, but we do not live in an ideal world. So
fair enough.
Right. So that, like, there, ideally, yes, you would have harassment would never be allowed no matter what was going on. No violence would ever happen because there would be no reason for any violence to ever take place. But however, we do not live in a world that means that violence can never be an option. Violence is always an option. It's just whether or not it's legal and how far do you go. You shouldn't.
Well, a lot of times the violence starts on the, let's face it, a lot of times when they have these protests, I've seen it happen. The police initiate violent contact. They are the aggressors. There's absolutely no way to just push that aside and say, hey, look, there's these people going out there and they're having violent protests. No, they start off very peacefully, and then it escalated, and then they responded, and then they got to be the people going under, arrest and things of that nature, rather than the police being held accountable for not de-escalating and actually actively escalating. Real quick,
Right.
my finished journey. Unfinished journey, $5. He says, Angry Orchard Peach Mango. That sounds delicious.
Okay, so Angry Orchard actually has a really good cider in terms of, like, about mass-produced ciders. Yes, there's a lot of boutique ciders, and they also have I understand, a peach mango as well, which is there. So good stuff. I have other alcoholic beverages we'll move towards, but a cider was not one I picked out.
Yeah, I didn't grab a cider. I do have some Kahlua, but I don't have any ciders.
So I think that the business again of free speech absolutism, I think, comes from somebody holding a dogmatic opinion or so fearful that of the corner cases that they just say no. It's free speech or everything. So examples of stuff is that if I were to discuss things that I can neither confirm nor deny any information on, there are consequences. Moreover, Steve, you worked in an area where there are things that you don't talk about as either. And if
nobody cares now.
Because it's from the government.
No, everything I learned is declassified. You could go. I literally put the Department of Energy. The Department of Energy had this thing that they put out, which is exactly what we studied in nuke school. Had all the same physics, had the same math. It was pretty much almost identical. Matter of fact, we had literally an iteration of that earlier that was about that thick that we studied. And yes, it was confidential and things of that nature. But the only thing that was really classified that I ever had access to, believe it or not, was ship's movement. Right, where we were, operational stuff. Like for example, there was one time where the paper had said, our ship was doing one thing. When it wasn't doing that one thing, it was doing something else. It was actually destroying chemical weapons.
I think that there's probably
it was disinformation.
I think that there's something that probably needs to be said for. There are exceptions to laws written in to allow for violence. So, violence is clearly accepted as sometimes an answer, just not the first answer. In society in general.
Well, I mean, so if somebody hits you have a right to defend yourself, right?
Right. So or if you're threatened enough, well, think about police officers. Police officers, if they feel threatened or behave in X, Y, and Z way, they completely get off.
But what happens if somebody just says they're threatened because
somebody?
But what if they just said, "Hey, I'm threatened because I don't like what you're saying about me"?
Well, there is such a thing as incitement of violence. So how far can somebody say something and say, hey, listen, I want this mob of people to attack you before you defend yourself by punching that person in the face?
Sure.
Yeah.
Right.
And there's things again.
I'm not saying I have the answer. I'm just saying there are exceptions written in to allow for this person was harassing me, and I pushed them to get them out of my face. You're not going to get necessarily in trouble for that.
Are you saying that you necessarily don't have the answer, but you want to have the discussion like grown adults do?
Wow.
I'm only 17. I'm not allowed to be a grown adult.
But I say that in jest, but that's what I see happening. People wanting to shut down conversations merely for the fact they don't like the topic. I don't get that. I think some of the interesting topics to be had are the ones that probably are controversial, the ones that we should be talking about. But again, when it comes to free speech, there's certain topics that I personally don't ever want to talk about. But should we eliminate them completely? For example, Holocaust deniers.
Should you stop somebody else from having the conversation?
Yeah, I have a hard time with that. Like in Germany, it's against the law, right? You cannot become a Holocaust denier. And I get why, obviously, but
there are things that even in the U.S. are considered born restricted, and so it sort of says that if you begin to discuss things that are operational, if you begin to discuss names of, let's say, intelligence agents that are operating overseas, if you begin to discuss, those. I mean, another topic which is considered born restricted is if you should be so foolish as to threaten the president of the United States or the former president of the United States, you will get potentially in
Well,
trouble.
well, those are one things, but I mean, for example, when we join the military or when you become part of an organization, you have to sign certain things. Then you're making a concession. You're making a a promise. You're saying, hey, I am not going to divulge this on penalty of whatever that is that they say if you do, right? But of course, being just born and living in a society, we have certain things that we have deemed as society you cannot say. Again, verbal threats.
Society.
Yeah, and so that's where this absolutes run into problems. So if and I have been in conversations where somebody has made a statement which could quite literally be interpreted as a threat against, let's say, the president or vice president at the time of the United States. And I have reacted very strongly to condemn that, in part because I didn't want to be associated with that type of speech. And that's an example of something where if what you're saying is deemed credible enough, you will get noted by the Secret Service, and you may even have a visit. And you can't sit there and say First Amendment, because that is not, the courts have said that's not something you're petitioning for a redress of grievance. If you complain that the president or vice president is doing something you don't like, that can be protected.
All right, so let me ask
if you threaten them.
When they say the term free speech absolutism, are they taking that into account that when they mean that, they don't mean anything you want to say? They mean very specifically things that that are controversial or whatever, but not against some kind of law like threatening. Would a free speech absolutist, an actual free speech absolutist, say, look, I'm fine with there being laws against certain things like threatening, a sitting president or anybody, right? It shouldn't just be a president. If I say I'm going to verbally do something to you, that can be construed as assault, right? So verbally, yes. It is a crime. Should an absolute, or would an absolutist say, no, I don't even want that? Or would they say, no, you can still have free speech absolutism, but have laws that are preventative of that?
I don't think anything can be absolute. Only cis deal in absolutes.
Yeah, I don't deal with absolutes either. I agree with you. I'm not a big absolute person for anything, right?
I just don't know of anything that would not have at least some kind of either concession or exception.
Yeah, unless you're dealing with math and logic and things like that, like, binary things. There's never really absolutism in these types of positions because they are very subjective.
It's because they're social.
Yeah.
It's because they're social.
And it's back to talking about consequences. I mean, John Stuart Mill and the On Liberty said that the only purpose for which power can rightfully exercise over any member of a civilized society against their will is to prevent harm to others. And there's a case where if you hold to that truth, then you say, well, if your speech results in the harm to others, like you are divulging a intelligence operative in an unfriendly country, if you are divulging ongoing, let's say, military operations, if you are divulging things that could be used by others to attack, right? Or if you are threatening public officials,
if you tell them that the Jews are in the attic.
Well, then that's content. Content would say.
Mill would say it was a pretty strong speech. So there's another thing saying that speech is important and that speech should not be arbitrarily restricted. But remember, even if your speech is open, you still have to understand that there are consequences. Most of the time, someone who's on a good cause might say they're making speech for the purpose of creating consequences. Like if they are decrying what's happening in Myanmar, if they are decrying what's happening in China, they're doing it because they want to create consequences. Mm-hmm. But there's no notion of saying, well, I get the right to create consequences for you, but you can't turn around and create it for me.
Well, that's a significant difference, right? I mean, people that live in America don't understand, because they probably haven't traveled very much, that their ability to say something critical of the government doesn't exist in a lot of other countries. I mean, simply does not exist. You cannot do it, especially in a communist type country. Not going to happen. Look what's happening in Hong Kong, of course. Like But look at Speaker's Corner
in London, right? And the notion of standing on the soapbox, but that expression, standing on the soapbox, literally at Speaker's Corner, the tradition came from the fact that, there are certain things, even speaking against the monarch, could not be done by a British subject standing on British soil. And so the thing was that, well, you got a soapbox, you're no longer standing on it. And so getting up in your soapbox and saying something occurred. That being said, people in Speaker's Corner have been hauled off and arrested for what they've said.
I would be willing to bet that if you were at a U.S. embassy, like I had been on a U.S. embassy base in Saudi Arabia, and again, they're not much into free speech. I assure you. If any, they're probably the most totalitarian type regime on the planet in many ways.
I would think so.
Yeah, they're a beautiful country, by the way. I mean, Saudi Arabia is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, straight up. But, even if you were on the base and you were yelling things over and you're probably saying stuff, they would probably want you dragged out. They don't mess around. And I don't think they even care about your sovereignty and your independence and your liberties, even on American soil. They will try to get you and indict you. And they don't want any kind of free speech whatsoever.
America...
Right? A similar thing into North Korea, right? That I was very well aware that my words had to be weighed carefully because there could be consequences for even the perceived slight.
Yeah. I think there's a little bit of a problem in America that has to do with nationalism and has to do with, you think, the education system a little bit?
Yeah.
And entirely has to do with there is America and then there is nowhere else. We do not look at other countries. There is only America. We don't understand how anybody else operates because only we matter and
there is only America.
Everybody else looks at us. We don't look at anybody else. And so I think America suffers from, like, when people are online, they assume that the other person they're talking about or talking to is American, and they may or may not be.
Oh, yeah.
So people are judging people's way of speaking, or people are judging based on either their ideals or the problems that they are currently dealing with in their portion of the country or their portion of the world, which is not the same thing that other people are dealing with. So somebody might say something that is offensive or maybe not very sensitive to this particular group of people over here, but they aren't that they're not aware of it due to some kind of innocence or ignorance, as in, like, they don't deal with that, or it's a non-issue over in this part of the country, or it's a different kind of issue where this kind of speech is normal and accepted and not offensive.
Yeah, and a very good point. I have friends in Canada, and some of them are, for example, involved with the Canadian Border Services Agency, and they have to deal with people from the United States. And some of the worst things because of I blush at what some of the stuff they have to deal with, even though, as one of my good Canadian friends says, Canada's closed, eh? Even when it was open, the stuff that happened of people's behavior, the notion of the ugly American comes from American behavior of people who then show up in a foreign place and continue to behave that way.
Yeah, that's why you get it started. I don't know if this is still a thing, but once upon a time, Canadians used to be told not to put Canadian flags on your bags because people will think you're Americans pretending to be Canadians.
Legit.
So you can, instead of having the American reputation, you have the Canadian reputation. So they used to tell Canadians to put flags because we had a good reputation, and Americans started putting Canadian flags on their stuff. So Canadians were like, "Don't do that anymore."
Should there be a symbol for Canadians, Americans, and Mexico all one? Just the Americas. Should we have a symbol for that?
North Americans?
No, we don't want to be associated with you.
True. The Canadians. the Canadians are the true North Americans, right? Yeah. I mean, we're central, and then Mexico would be south.
But if you talk about even Canadian images, right? So I was given a gift by the Canadian government because of the fact that I did not tell them something for which if I told them something, they would have to act on it. And so I was being very polite and not telling them something. And so they gave me a gift, and they gave me a gift that was under the limit that I had legally had to report as gift. Time was elected official. And so this was a very nice tracksuit, Canadian tracksuit, but it was amended to neither have to not have a flag on it, because there are certain parts in Canada where having the maple leaf is considered to be kind of rude. At the time, the prime minister was trying to get reelected, and they had a Speak White campaign, which for those that are not Canadian, that meant don't speak, speak English, not French, not any of the First Nations stuff, right? And so
yeah, we have some rough history also.
Showing up with Canadian, so that they removed, because this was, I think, was something that was destined for like the World Cup or Olympics thing was their said. So they removed the Canadian flag, but it did say Canada on it, so that I could be neutral in places in Canada where showing up maple leaf waving stuff could get you in trouble.
Yeah, there was a Canada. A lot of people know about America's rough history. Canada's history is just as bad. We just, for some reason, are not as public about not wanting to fix it. Yes. Whereas there's like a good portion of America who's like, no, fuck you though. But Canada's like, okay, we want to try and help you, but we don't know how. And here are the things we're offering you, but you're not willing to accept those things for some good reasons and maybe some bad reasons, whatever. But the point is like, we're still trying to hash it out, but we're at least at the table. We're trying to fix it.
Yes. And so you have good, bad things, but and I can say
the history is still bad. Yeah.
For people in the United States who get unhappy with elections and say, I'm going to move to Canada, generally don't understand what it is in Canada, because if more often than not, I suspect that the reason why they say I'm going to move to Canada from the United States, if they knew what was going on in Canada, they would say no.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, they just don't know. I actually had that question.
I adore Canada, and I
but they have less.
I asked. There was a conversation that somebody was having. It was Jared and Red's AT2 Productions and Red's Rhetoric were talking to some guy that was like anti-gun laws or something like that. And I won the debate from the chat because I said, Jared, ask one question. Because he's like, oh, well, Canada this and this, that. And I said, name one Canada law that you don't think would be acceptable in America and why. And they couldn't name one.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but you guys have more restrictions than we do. I mean, you're many more restrictions. Yeah.
But if you look at the petition of absolute free speech thing, your current prime minister, for political points, pretends to be woke. And the problem I have with much of the woke crowd is that it stems from the notion that they can make statements that are sexist, racist, bigoted, but because of who they are, they get a pass against consequences. Or if they're part of the group that's considered to be bad, they can self-deprecate themselves and get a pass for saying
until you go too much against the groupthink, and then you get J.K. Rowling.
Yes, and then the problem I have with that crowd in a number of cases, not all, but a number of cases, is that they then pretend to be woke and to correct someone like the prime minister saying, we don't say mankind, we say people kind, right? That kind of comment. The many people then say that gives them the license to do what? To feel that they're doing something positive, and therefore they don't need to actually work on the actual problem. That by correcting them and saying, well, you're not supposed to say mankind, you're supposed to say people kind or humankind or whatever the thing is. And if you say that kind of woke statement, therefore you've done your part and you now are virtuous.
Yeah, no, I think it's even more than that. These people actively think that they are doing something amazing in the world by shutting down conversation. That, like you said, that is a virtuous act to suppress anything that they do not agree with, that they do not want to have a discussion about. I find that to be the most morally apprehensive thing possible. If you see somebody that they have a position that you do not agree with, and you think it's so bad, all you got to do is explain to people this is a bad position. Here's why.
Right.
Yeah.
There's one of the examples. This happened not too long ago, actually, with Michael Sherlock at the AAI, Atheist Alliance International. Yeah, so he ended up deciding to step down, but basically it was this woke crowd of atheists that thought it was better off to get rid of this guy than it and caused, because of all of the shit that they caused over a word that they didn't like that he used, hypocritically, mind you, that it actually interfered with a litigation going on in another country that was a religious state, and a lawsuit that was going on to save somebody's life.
Yeah, their word policing became more important to them than somebody's life. This is the woke. This is the woke theology that we see.
And it's I think I like Telltale's thing about the bite model, that some of this woke stuff is actually a cult.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I when it comes to the whole bite model, there's pros and cons. I mean, I've talked to him on that before. Yeah. But there are certain things that I do think stand out. What would be constitutive of at least a cult mindset, and the woke is a cult mindset.
Well, in a world like, let's take a look around and see what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a pandemic. We're dealing with people who are incredibly disenfranchised with where they are in the world. They don't have very many prospects because of the way the wage gap, as well as the way taxes are, the way the job market is, the way the housing market is, et cetera, et cetera. So you've got people who are very, very disenfranchised in general. Now, how do you find fulfillment in that life? Well, join a cause. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you want to join a cause to go and help people. Well, what's the best way you can feel self-righteous? Fight for someone else. Okay, so you're fighting for somebody else now. Well, how can I do that from my computer during a pandemic? And or how can I do that with the least amount of work possible? You pick on something and somebody who isn't doing what you think they're doing, or isn't doing what they say they're doing, because it makes you feel better. It is most of this is entirely self-serving. Not everything. There are ones that are not. Mm-hmm. There are ones that are absolutely going out and trying to help and trying to bring people out of and doing good things. But yes.
But this notion of if I decry you because of your race, your skin color, or whatever, or play this woke game, that somehow that absolves me from actually doing something about it. Like in my mind, you're maybe aware of the problem, but you actually don't contribute to the solution. Not everyone can solve it.
Right.
I think they
contribute to the solution, and you aren't aware of it, that's a problem.
Yeah, but here's my thing. Dude, they literally go out of the way to exacerbate it. I mean, when you go after the people that are
a good example is Hamad. Friendly Atheist just recently posted about what Steven Pinker and Richard Dawkins said. His representation or misrepresentation of what they said was so wrong that I started asking my audience that was watching me at the time, you tell me how far you can twist something before it is a lie. And so when you start lying about people to prevent a conversation from happening that has nothing to do with you, by the way, because you're protecting other people and you're the hero to make you feel good about yourself, at what point have you become the monster?
Well, that's
right? At what point is your detriment too much for the help you're giving?
They have completely vilified the people that would normally be allies. And this has been going on for a very long time. We saw it.
Hell, even David Silverman was talking about that.
Yeah, well, David Silverman's been saying it. I've been saying it. A lot of people have been saying this for a very long time. And we noticed this firsthand way back when with the whole, the kerfluffle with the atheist community of Austin thing, right? When it came to
Rationality
Rules video
and Rachel Oates.
Yeah, and you had Godless Cranium, and you had Essence of Thought, whatever the hell his name. Those guys just vilified it. I mean, they just went off on a bender and lost their minds because, God forbid, anybody should have any disagreement with them, because their position was this. Literally, I'm not even exaggerating. Their position is this: if you disagree with us, you're wrong. You're an evil person, and we need to destroy you. That's pretty much their position. Oh. And
so you have a super chat.
Yep.
By the way.
Yeah, I'm getting there. But that's what we see. We see, like, unfortunately, like, I had him on as a guest, and he's a nice guy, but he has gone so woke that people are starting to go, wait a minute here. Now you've left what we originally started, reading your stuff for. You've gone so far beyond what your positions are as far as, humanism and atheism. Now you become so woke that you're basically alienating people merely because they disagree with you, rather than saying, hey, look, here's this atheist person, here's a humanist. I don't agree with this particular statement on this. Let's talk. Let me tell you why. No, he's not doing that. They're calling for cancel culture of these people.
Well, let's put it this way. If you are a humanist, but your goal is to harm your only way to bring other humans up is by ripping these humans down, you're not a humanist.
Yeah. And I think your position is pretty weak. Even Richard Dawkins, who I'm not a huge fan of his, but he is right when he says, look, if you think people have a wrong position, explain it with your words, explain it using reason and logic. That's how it's always been in the atheist community. I've been saying the atheist community left that long time ago. They left that with Atheism
and
Plus
that's a sad
2.0.
Sad thing, because it was Dawkins told me, don't get involved in the some of the foundation stuff and these atheist groups, because you will not have a good time. You will in fact be abhorrent, and instead
you have a shoot
diverted me off to people like the Milwaukee Atheists over say, if you want to do something for the atheist movement, go and find some people doing good stuff, rather than go to these conferences, because he said it's toxic. Yeah,
that's good advice, because you have eschewed being part of these atheist communities. I have too, and by the way, they won't let me in anyways, because one, I'm not an atheist, and two, I've been told I had an atheist person who is a pretty well-known admin in these groups, who I get along with very well, but they told me very specifically that I tend to what's the word that they used? What was it? I'm not provocative, but I tend to cause conflict, I guess. I don't remember.
You're a provocateur.
But that has intentionality. No, it just means
some people call me an instigator. I like to call myself encouraging. Tomato.
I cause issues in the atheist community for talking about reason, critical thinking, and logic. I don't know how that works. But okay, let's go with that, right?
Steve, if it makes you feel any better, I'm not allowed to join, and they all treated me like shit because I talked to you.
You're out, Steve, because you're not an atheist. You're an agnostic. So
yeah.
I am an atheist, and they still don't want me around. There's two super chats.
And then the people mocking atheists, wonder, well, how do I go in and support them? Said, that was one of the things that they said is go here, right? And so they part of the Dawkins Foundation saying,
I support mocking
into
atheists
places
too.
that are the nooks and crannies of the thing, and so
let's read the super chats.
Do you have a super chat? And I have a comment about woke stuff and making difference.
Yeah, and by the way, I support a lot of atheist channels. So when people say, "Well, Steve's always complaining about atheism," what?
It's because you're a fake atheist Christian spy,
right? All right, real quick. So let me get the super chats out of the way. Then I think that's if I think I know who that is who dropped in. Okay, 1 second. I just lost my thing here. Here we go. All right, so Rodent, no last name, who, by the way, thank you for calling last Monday. He says $5. When battling dragons, take care you do not become a dragon. Yes, that is words of wisdom. I think is that Sun Tzu?
Well, I like that.
Is that Sun Tzu?
Thank you.
And Golden Unicorn for 10 New Zealand says, like they could have clarified with Dawkins what he meant before speaking for him. 1, 2, refusing to take his clarification. Yeah. And 3, demonizing him for their own assumptions about him. Yeah, absolutely.
There was also one from Kawasa that you missed, Steve.
Yeah, I got it. Kawasa going back here. Kawasa, 2001. It's a problem in that it steals attention from the real activists at the scenes, on the streets, in actual contact with these people they've been helping, and misrepresenting the actual activism. Absolutely, that's the case, and that's what I see all the time.
So,
right?
so before we introduce Lincoln here, if I can mention this, I had a great conversation because I live in the land of the identity politics woke crowd. And this gentleman came to me and talked to me about how they're going. They've gone to a class to learn how, as a white male, how evil they are, and to be able to, understand their evils and all of the stuff they've done. And my comment back was saying that class sounded like it indoctrinated you in being prejudiced. So, no. I was learning how bad I was as well. So they're telling you based on your skin culture and your gender that you were born with and gender you identify with, you're bad. Well, I said, but I am. I said, well, what? They said, but that isn't helping. I said, well, and so I said, well, you seem to be resistant of that. You should learn these things too. And I said, well, wait a minute. What do you mean? Well, you need to be part of the solution. Otherwise, if you're not part of the solution, part of the problem. I said, well, okay. If you want to talk about it, said, understand. And I really like to toot my own horn, but here's I had to give an example. I gave this example. I said, understand. I gave up a Silicon Valley fortune, a startup company that went big. I said, what did I do with that fortune? I didn't go and buy a Ferrari. I didn't go and buy a yacht. I helped fund the African National Congress when it was actually illegal to do so, because the then president declared them to be a bad organization, right? And I did it in a meaningful way, such that Nelson Mandela came and personally thanked me for my help. Said, I did something. What have you done?
Landon, your skin color is too pasty and pale. It doesn't matter where you're from. It doesn't matter if you're not like this particular location of white. White is kind of a bit of a misnomer because there's a lot of different kinds of white people and a lot of people that I actually had a friend of mine who's Italian who got really annoyed at the Canadian consensus because the Canadian census didn't say Asian. It said North Korean, South Korean, this, it had like a bunch of them. And then it just said Caucasian. And she's like, I'm Italian. I don't fall under anything except Caucasian, but I could be Russian. I could be Scottish. I could be this. And it's like,
they should have an other.
So the notion of saying, pretending to be virtuous by making statements and commenting on stuff and saying, no, you're not fortunate, you're privileged, and all that sort of stuff, and excusing yourself from actually doing something about it, even though you're aware of the problem, but merely saying, well, I don't say mankind, I criticize people who are not woke. I'm sorry, you are, to my mind, you're worse than just average because you're aware of the problem, but you simply withhold something from your speech and think that therefore you're part of the solution.
Yeah,
and in fact, what happens is there's a group of people who are really bigoted, racist, prejudiced, disgusting, who point at the woke culture and say, well, see, that's why you can't have Democrats and liberals because they are into that stuff, right? They make the prejudice thing on the other side. And so you're enabling bigotry and racism while engaging in bigotry and racism and excusing yourself from actually doing something about it.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do. That,
to me...
Yeah, that's exactly what they do. And here's the thing. I don't think I think it's fine to say, look, certain things that are demonstrable need to be recognized. White privilege is a thing.
Yes.
That I think nobody in their right mind probably would ever say that's not the case. If not,
the only people that I find say that isn't the case are people who don't understand what the word privilege means in that
might
context.
Be true, and that's unfortunate. But for those who understand the terminology, that's something that does exist. Now, that doesn't mean that anybody should be ashamed of who they are, how they were born, what their skin color was, or anything about them. When you start demonizing those traits, you're doing the exact same thing as somebody else on the other side. It is exactly the same thing. But Lincoln joined us. Lincoln. And Mikey did too, but Mike, you came a second, so you got to wait a second. But anyways, I hope you're doing well, Mikey. Love your background, by the way. Can you move, by the way?
Yeah.
That is
And
awesome.
So I'm going to go on mute while I listen to Lincoln and Mikey because I have to flush my buffers.
All right. Lincoln, what's cracking?
Hello, Steve.
How are you?
I'm fantastic.
What have you been thinking about all this, man?
Oh, you got a cool background too. Everybody's got cool backgrounds.
Yeah, right. What have I been thinking
Just
about?
got my D&D
Well, I wanted to bring up actually. Well, Landon's gone, but I wanted to bring up the distinction between free speech and methods by which you can convey your speech, right? So like let's say you're on Twitter, right? And you get banned from Twitter. Obviously, you still have free speech, even though a method of conveying that speech has been taken from you.
Oh, so like what counts as free speech when it comes to like a public company like Twitter?
Well, not even that. Like just the differences between free speech and then like access to purport your speech.
Yeah, because I guess that's something that's become limited now because a lot of what would be considered the public square doesn't exist anymore, and it's all on places like Facebook and like Twitter. So, Landon, I think he's asking you. So,
by the way, Lincoln, I heard everything you said. I muted so I wouldn't hear the road noises.
Beautiful.
And I like your background.
Do you want to weigh in on that?
Landon didn't want to pull an Anthony Riley.
Well, I think the thing you say, the method is also of the method of thing is different because the town square, literal town square, has different set of social constructs than, let's say, social media, than different than, let's say, conversation by post or so forth. So, and this is a problem that occurred, and it was a transition occurred online in the days of the early internet, where you had a countable number of computers and people. Mm-hmm. There was this notion of, well, you're a common carrier, you just let everything flow, and because if you restrict something, then you implicitly accept everything else. That is now legally not a good way of going about things, especially in the United States. But at that time, there were free speech absolutists who said, discussion boards where we would carry stuff on Usenet and anything goes, and I mean anything, right? And nowadays, of course, that doesn't hold up. But if you go to a place like Switzerland and you go to how they sometimes do the voting consensus, where it's done in public with people, you'll see that there are consequences if somebody comes up who goes against the grain and insists on it. Instead, you might have within a canton a town that builds consensus by public discussion, and then there becomes acceptance of that consistence. And it's a very different way of voting that they have in some places than, for example, the so-called secret ballot we have in the U.S.
Yeah, I didn't want to get into the whole platform things, but I mean, it's fine to touch on it. In the fact that there is something to be said where these platforms have now become part of the process by which they can influence voting, right? I mean, yes. So there's something to be said as far as a public forum, that if you have a thing like Twitter that has so many people that will read certain tweets, if you have 40 million followers and stuff like that, as opposed to somebody where they say, look, we don't like the particular politics that they have, we don't like what they're saying, we're not going to have them access to this platform. There is something to be said that there's a problem there, because now you're giving a person a platform that the other person doesn't have. But of course, they have a right to do that. That their platform, they can say who they have on or not. But is there something to be said by people that have been removed from that platform? And I'm not saying fairly or unfairly. I think that is perfectly fair. But they say, look, we've lost this platform to this. We've got to have our freedom of speech somewhere else now.
I was lifetime banned from YouTube because in a chat I made a joke that somebody else thought could be considered offensive to Australians. Yet I have not found an Australian who was offended by it, and therefore was out. But I'm back because I now have a branded channel, Our Favorite Universe. But my personal me is still lifetime banned.
I think that if a platform gets too restrictive, it will not last. Although there are places that will over and underdo it. YouTube, I have like, I'm a small channel. I don't have like much of anything. And the last, not blast stream, but when I did 2 yesterday, I had a Google bot.
I saw that. I saw it in real time.
And one of the things that it banned was a link that Manya gave to a tweet.
That wasn't just you. That wasn't just you. That was.
Oh, you got it too?
That was all across YouTube. It wouldn't let anyone post links.
Now, let me.
Okay.
So hang on. Let me
any links by creators, by anybody.
Let me ask.
Post
let me ask Mikey. So is this actually people that are watching the live chat, or is this some kind of automated bot that does this?
It's no links.
Has to be.
We tried like several different times for like a Discord invite, which is pretty innocuous.
So it's an automated function. There's not really people watching these things. Yeah.
No, it was everyone's links for like the last 2 days.
There are so-called heroes that are individuals that can do that.
Is that still a thing?
YouTube heroes is still a thing.
Popped in.
Yeah, I remember that.
I thought it was gone.
Yeah, but the bots are programmed with the excuse du jour for stuff. So if and understand that in the Google systems inside, there's a kind of a credit score, right? So perhaps your chat was deemed to be marginal. And
I'm
so
whitelisted.
when the chat is marginal, they then apply more restrictive controls.
Yeah,
So
that's true. I
They
think there are
for
certain
testing
channels
too, right?
I think
They'll
there are
use
certain
it for
channels.
testing.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I think they do have some kind of system, because some channels have told me that everything they have is demonetized. Right? Mine used to be like that. Now it's almost rare when I have something demonetized. I would say like it was before, like 1 out of 5 wasn't.
Limited.
Now it's not. Yeah, a little limited. That is demonetized, right? So now I get maybe 1 out of 4, 1 out of 3, maybe even. But before it was like every single one. But Mikey, what do you want to add on to this as somebody who either advocates for free speech absolutism or some kind of restriction, or
As somebody with all of the privilege on the planet.
yeah,
how do you feel
Mikey's
about
got the
this?
most privilege out of all of us. So
Oh, the black anime nerd? Yeah, we're totally taking over this place.
no, the D&D players.
We got
That's
you.
why.
Yes.
We got you guys
Heroes.
right where
Go
we
check it
want
out,
you.
by the way.
That's good.
Got you right where we want you. I mean, I don't know that I can do the whole free speech absolute. I can't go all the way. There's got to be something to stop some things.
Yeah,
and
that's
who
my
draws
position.
the line? That's what we vote on, and then the line doesn't have to necessarily be it can be a dotted line as opposed to a hard line with Sharpie. Like if we have to have committees or just what the society deems as appropriate, and those things are subject to change, we just treat it like they're subject to change. That's
I have a question for Mikey. How do you feel about when it comes to people imposing restrictions for things that aren't okay in like your area versus something that is okay in somebody else's area?
Can you give me an example?
So if there's okay, so are you familiar with the Richard Dawkins stuff that's been going on recently?
A little bit, but I usually stay out of the
okay.
atheist stuff. You guys are all mean.
Okay,
They are. She's one of those mean atheists, man. They're all mean.
You guys are all mean to each other.
Steve,
Okay.
am I allowed to say the C word? All right, so in Australia, it might be okay to say the word cunt, right? But in some other place, it might not be considered okay. It would be considered rude. So how do you feel about somebody from the place where it's not okay imposing them saying it's not okay on the people where it is okay?
It depends on like, why is the person asking? How important to all of this are they? Because if it's none of their business, then they could go whistle Dixie for all I care. Like I don't value their opinion. But if they are the host, then they get to make the rules. Like if I have a swimming pool, and as much as you love peeing in your own swimming pool, I will insist that no one pees in my swimming pool except me.
Yeah.
But you can also
so
choose.
if you're in my pool, you gotta.
That's
you
why.
gotta
But if it's-
But that's why she
Hold
asked
on.
me.
What
right?
if it's their pool? So will you either tell them they can't pee in their own pool, or will you choose to just not go swimming in their pool?
Yeah, I have to let them have their pool, don't I?
I would think so.
If it's their thing, it's their thing.
But do you require them to use a bidet before they jump into your pool? Because most people that use toilet paper don't do a good job of sterilizing their rear end, and therefore their fecal matter
It's
gets
in my
into your
pool now. I'm gonna need them to be on before surgery. Was it 12 hours? You're gonna have to come in with an empty tank.
We had a
if you want to get in this pool.
colon cleansing.
We had a bidet in our condo where I grew up after when I moved when about, I don't know, 8 years old or 6 years old. I think I was about 6. And I didn't know what it was. I thought it was a sink. I was like, I had no idea. I've never seen a bidet before. You know, I mean, and it's only been the only one I've ever seen. But yeah,
There was also the guy who got demonetized or got his channel nuked because he was playing chess and saying like Black Knight takes or kills white pawn.
right, because the algorithm doesn't know how to differentiate with those things. And I think there's a huge difference between talking about a specific word as opposed to using a specific word, right? And I think that the woke community to conflate those to no end. And this happened with Papa John's owner. I don't know if you remember that kerfluffle, but Papa John's used to be the pizza for the NFL. And he was in a meeting and he happened to use a racial epithet, but he wasn't using it directed towards somebody. He was talking about it. And they used it to basically destroy his career. I mean,
he's an absolute dirtbag.
Yeah, I know I'm not going to disagree with you on that. I'm just saying, but
if it wasn't from that time,
he probably used it somewhere else. Yeah,
there were other things.
Not even going to disagree.
That's one of the times.
Not even going to disagree.
It's one of those things where you can think this person is bad in this way, and this way, and that's fine, and you can do whatever you need to do about those things. But if you're going to use this additional thing that they ought not to be in trouble for, like why would you not want to punish them for the things that are actually problematic instead of just looking for an excuse?
Because he's Papa John's and he owns 3 trillion.
I thought you were going to say because he owns Papa John's and their pizza sucks, but that's
so I actually heard that their pizza got worse when he left.
Yeah.
I don't know how you could get worse than like weird crusty bread with.
I've never been a big fan of it.
Never
one
had it.
smushed tomato in the middle. I just described it accurately.
I think we all agree though. There's a difference between talking about a word
I'll take your word for it.
and using the word.
Gross.
Unfortunately, the YouTube algorithms don't differentiate. They don't know the difference. It's not some kind of actual person. And even then, people that probably would go in and actually by human evaluate these things, half them don't know how to differentiate either. Wrote it last name $5. Speak about My Pillow Guy's free speech platform and its restrictions. It's so freaking hilarious. It's so freaking hilarious.
So fucking.
I got that. That's funny. That's fun. That's a good pun.
Thank you, bro. That's a good. That's good.
It's so freaking hilarious.
You cannot use the Lord's name in vain.
On some platforms you can't, right? And look, I go to Christian channels all the time, and I ask them, what is your guidelines here? If they don't want me to curse, guess what? I don't curse. Right? I'm in their house. I respect their rules.
Yeah,
what's wrong with that?
There is something to be about being respectful versus going out of your way to be a dick versus somebody tries to have a conversation and you decide you want to shut down the conversation when it was an open question. It wasn't directed at anybody, sort of thing. A lot of people, I think, assume that there are either people against them or that it's such a them versus us mentality, or that the other people have there's always an agenda, so anybody who asks a question has an agenda in asking that question, when sometimes that agenda is just, I just want to know what you think.
Well, then that would be an agenda.
Right, that's what I mean. An agenda, but it's not like, but it's not a political agenda, and it's not an agenda to harm anybody. It's like, no, I just want to know what you think.
Yeah,
I've met a lot of people in my life. I never one person said, and by the way, here's what my agenda is. Like, I don't know what anyone's agenda is. How can anyone know what that is? No one's ever said the sentence, I have an agenda.
Sure. And even if it is, their agenda is a inaccurate summary. However, if I'm in someone else's house, in someone else's area, where I'm not part of the group, I need to be mindful that it's different. And by that meaning, when I travel, let's say, particularly when I travel to another country, I try to be on very careful behavior to not do things that would be considered impolite.
And that's the difference between being in real life, traveling around and being able to have those conversations, and being on the internet where you're having a conversation over here and people who are from this side of the planet decide that that's not okay. And I guarantee you wokeism would not fly in a bar. Hamat, the friendly atheist, being like, would be the crazy drunk person on the table that gets kicked out in this in like real life.
And so you have to be mindful of your circumstances and your audience, right? And be respectful of that. And even when I've been in other countries where they invited me to become critical, I try to be quite careful and hesitant. It's known that I don't really like loyalty, but if I'm in a place where that royalty is there, I am very hesitant. Even if people ask me about that opinion, I will do it from an American context without some of the thing I would say here. That being said, when you're in an international platform like this, you need to understand that there are people coming from different position.
Right. And that's as the creator and as the speaker, but also as the audience, as the person reading. You have to understand that not everybody is from where you are, and not everybody is in the same position you are, and not everybody has... Twitter has a limit. I've seen a lot of people say that Richard Dawkins should have had these qualifiers, or he should have had this nuance, or he should have done this. There's only 200 characters. He said some, not all, and people are complaining about this some versus all thing. Well, not everybody is this, and this is transphobic because of this. And it's like, but it was a condensed question about this. How did this, and then it just gets exploded into just oblivion of nonsense.
But here's the thing. Look,
he could do two tweets. I mean, that,
yeah.
All the context
He did add. He
did throw it in the tweet.
Qualifier eventually. Yeah.
But that wasn't good enough. It wasn't good enough for them. But here's the thing.
Put the little one dash.
Here
there you go.
You have Richard Dawkins, who was considered to be one of the original New Atheist people, right? The Four Horsemen. So him and Sam Harris and Daniel Dennett and Christopher Hitchens and all of them were very provocateurs, right? They would go out and they would condemn religiosity and Christianity and be very vitriol in their condemnation. People didn't care, right? As soon as they started doing to Islam, they got some pushback.
People were. Who was that? Was that Ben Affleck who was
Bill
Maher going after Sam Harris for being Islamophobe? And Sam Harris is like, "What are you talking about?" And Ben Affleck is just like a gaping dumb.
It was odd. That was a very odd discussion. But anyways, but here's the thing.
He did.
They are somebody who throws in these epistemic grenades. They want people to have these discussions. And by the way, I don't fault them for this at all. I do the same thing myself.
It's a part of it's a performance art, right?
But it's to get the people to have these discussions. I know that I'm being provocative sometimes. I get this. But those people that can look past that and have the discussion, they have meaningful dialogue on it. But here's he does it on some other topic. They all of a sudden say, "Whoa, wait a minute! Here's this guy that was a new atheist that shook up the system, but no, we can't have him talking about this. We have to shut him down." It's
a double standard, right? It's a double standard where it's okay for you to make those people think about their positions, but it's not okay for you to make us think about our position.
Well, that's the thing with what Dawkins just said is people will take what he said and run with it. People don't have the ability to add nuance to anything, so they'll just completely disregard any discussion to be had.
Well, not only are they unable or unwilling to add nuance, but they'll sit there and demand more of it. So it's like you're demanding more somebody else to do the thing that you ought to be doing.
I learned a long time ago that if the refs are not on your side, then the refs are not on your side, and you just play on.
Yeah.
Whatever. Because that's all you can do.
Fair.
Like, if this is what sets people off, cool. I can avoid it. I'm creative. And I'll find a way around it.
Knowing your context and knowing your audience, but also knowing the context is important. So comedy, for example.
But that also doesn't help, right? That's the problem we're sort of talking about. Is if the response is avoidance, then the thing never gets discussed and the problems never get solved. But yes, comedy. Please go ahead.
So comedy is an example where I think comedy generally has a much broader license than we would have normally.
Yes.
And so,
Yeah.
there are comedians
It
that I
gives us a little
support.
pocket.
I support, very well, I'm a supporter of Pet Monk. I'm a great supporter of Isaac Butterfield, who say things that make me uncomfortable. But one thing I have to admire about Isaac Butterfield is that he has said he will never apologize for a joke, right? You go to an Isaac Butterfield, stand comedy session, there's likely that he'll say things that will offend you. And if you go there and become offended, and then you get, you stay offended, it's like, well, what did you expect?
It's that lady who said that, I don't even remember who it was, but it was that lady who said that they felt harassed every time they watched Steve and then kept watching Steve. Like, don't watch him then.
Yeah.
What?
Who was it? What was his name? There's somebody who.
What does he look like?
But
No.
for example, I would think now.
CK is back though.
I would think that now that if Lenny Bruce came back to the San Francisco Comedy Club, he would be so un-PC. But because he lived for just showing up, that was the time he showed up and he would say a naughty word like the F word.
Ooh.
And would get arrested, right? The police would be there and people would show up, Lenny Bruce was going to show up, and because at that time, it was considered indecent speech. And so he would get arrested for cursing.
It's a comedian's job to offend you. It's a comedian's job to walk that line and be provocative.
So
now,
you go to a comedy club and are offended, but then try to make consequences because you're offended.
Yeah. Yeah.
Rodin actually asked a really good question. Rodin asked, would woke culture cancel Mel Brooks' Blazing Saddles?
Oh, yeah.
If they could touch it,
Yeah.
it's too good for them.
Yeah.
If they thought they could, I think they would, but they can't because it's...
Touch Dr. Seuss, they can touch Blazing Saddles.
It was Don Rickles who had that same mentality. He never went out trying to insult anybody, all right, to cause harm. He wanted people to laugh. He said he never wanted to take back a joke because he never thought he went too far, because he said you have to commit to it, right? And so he would commit to these things and try to make them as some kind of levity out of them as much as possible, but he never sought to harm anybody. And the things like Blazing Saddles, it never went to harm anybody. It's one of the greatest movies of all time because it is what it is to demonstrate the absurdity of some of these things, and the woke culture doesn't get those things.
And that's the difference between different kinds of comedy, or something that is comedic and somebody who's a comedian and somebody who's just a dick. There are people who say something that, oh, well, it's a joke. No, you're an offensive asshole. You're going out of your way to try and tear people down. You're going out of your way. You're malicious. You're not funny. You're malicious. Yeah. And so that's the line, right? It's really not that hard usually to tell when somebody's being malicious.
Yeah,
comedy turns into an excuse.
The genius line for that movie was ad-libbed when Gene Wilder was whispering into Cleavon Little's ear.
He starts laughing,
and he's just Cleavon Little's just deadpan, and he's just like talking about the people and and describing them. He's like,
the people. These are people of the land, farmers, the people that make up
folk,
this area. Simple folk,
morons. That was
Gene Wilder. Gene Wilder, and he just starts laughing.
That was the whole movie, though. That was it. That was the whole intent of the movie.
But it's now, and I live in a region where if you showed Blazing Saddles as a fundraiser, people would start, canceling their memberships because Blazing Saddles said something offensive.
How does that even phantom in their head to find that offensive?
Well, because they think that being woke makes them virtuous and excuses them for actually doing something about the actual problem. Because there are problems.
Right.
I understand.
Because them being woke is
Blazing Saddles did
something.
It helped people understand why this stuff was BS. It did something. Well,
and that's the thing, right? Is that the virtue of being part of the woke group is doing something as far as they're concerned. Sure. So it doesn't just excuse them. It means that they are. It means they feel fulfilled that they've helped when they're doing the opposite.
Yeah, agreed.
So generally, you get into sort of virtuous. So I would say that be mindful of your audience, be mindful of the context, show some respect, and that might temper what you say. Understand that your words have consequences. And sometimes that's why you use those words to create consequences. But don't be so unthinking to say, I can say these for consequences, but you can't create consequences for me. I recognize that if I were to go, when I insult the former United Kingdom and I disparage the royal family, I recognize when I do so that I can have consequences as a result of that.
But you should have the right to do so. Like, I mean, don't you think that people should be right to criticize government, presidents, kings, queens, and even religious icons? I mean, these people that have, look, I'm not a fan of some kind of like, the type of art they call art. You put a crucifix in a thing of urine and call it art. That's not art. I'm sorry. You want to make a statement, great. I don't care what
it was actually art, but that's a different story.
How about say, Steve? Now, how dare you?
Look,
that's not your art.
Hey, if somebody wants to call it art, I'm not stopping them from doing it, right? But art is subjective.
Steve is going to tell us what art is.
Yes, absolutely. Well, but it's subjective, right? I don't consider art. Doesn't mean I'm stopping anybody else from doing it, right? I'm not saying, hey, we have to cancel these things. Right? That's the difference.
Right.
And cancel culture says, no, you did this. It's evil, and
if somebody wants to pay see a crucifix in a jar of urine, spend your money on it.
It's not even.
I don't care.
Cancel culture doesn't go even so far as to say this thing is evil. It says you're evil. Yeah. So if somebody is wrong, or somebody makes a mistake, or somebody has some kind of an error, like say Richard Dawkins in this case, some people are like, hey, listen, it's mostly just this minor mistake. If this had been phrased a little bit better. But you've got people saying, no, he's an evil bigot out to harm trans people because he made this error or could have worded something better. And it's like, so therefore he should what?
And how do you take something back that was for the year? I could maybe understand Lifetime, maybe even then I'm like, no. But this was for a year. It doesn't take away from what he did for that year.
But it's an overreaction. Did you read Steven Pinker's letter?
Yeah, and I retweeted Steven Pinker. And I'm not a big fan of Steven Pinker, but he was right on this.
Well, his letter was that if you're going to revoke this, you're going to have to go look through the history, because there were some people who had some really bad political views that would be considered this, and this. And so if you're not going to revoke this, and this, you ought not to be revoking this. And if you start revoking, you're just going to look like you're going to make yourself look bad.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be drinking.
Now that doesn't mean that people should never have their stuff revoked. There are times where they absolutely
like Bill
should.
Crosby,
this is just not one of those
like
times.
Look at Bill Crosby. Yeah. I mean, a lot of things he got
Cosby.
Cosby or Crosby?
Yeah, Crosby still. He's from
Crosby. Bing Crosby.
He's from Crosby, Stills and Nash, right? Is that the right one?
Bill Crosby, Stills and Nash.
Bill Crosby, Stills and Nash. Yes, they were very popular in the '60s.
Everybody.
So which one is it? Is it the pudding guy? Is it the
pudding guy? The pudding guy.
The rock guy.
Yeah, the pudding guy. Yeah.
His name is Cliff Huxtable.
Let's
just call him Huxtable.
Cliffy. We used to call him Cliffy back in the day.
Well said.
Cliff Huxtable.
But I mean, there's certain reasons why to probably take back things that he had achieved, right? I mean, I get to some degree that. Right?
I grew up on the Cosby Show. Like that was the best show for a young kid to see, because it was a black family that wasn't janitors and secretaries. They were a doctor and a lawyer.
So good.
Well, you never watched the Jeffersons? Hello, they moved on up.
Blackface or semi-blackface.
It was just a very positive, fun family to grow up with. Like they were like your neighbor. Like, and everybody on Thursdays every Thursday we would watch the Cosby Show.
Yeah. It was so positive in that regard, and also for people who are unfamiliar to recognize that no, they're just people. Stop being assholes like anybody else, and they can have a spot, and they can have a show, and they can have their family, they can have their house, they can be in these high level positions. That show was good for everybody, and that show ought not to lose any accolades or any playtime because of one asshole. Yeah. One asshole should not lose it.
But it's still,
you got to throw out the whole bathwater.
Right.
Another show, All in the Family.
Get out of here.
Well, that's what the Jeffersons
All in the
from,
Family.
Right?
Someone like Archie Bunker would not, you'd have problems having it on air because Archie Bunker was playing a bigot.
The Boondocks has the cartoon series has a very racist character named Uncle Ruckus.
Oh, yeah.
And there's also like
He's not racist. He's not racist. He's self-hating.
Right. Both.
He is the most fervent self-hating.
Both.
But
he's not. He's not though, because he's got revitiligo, the opposite of what Michael Jackson got.
If you're like that Uncle Ruckus, but you're white and you are saying because you're white you're evil, and that somehow excuses you from addressing the problem. You know, I have problems.
Well, it is.
So,
it
for
is
example,
you addressing the problem.
I'm gonna drink. This is my next to the cure. It's plantation rum from Jamaica, and some people would consider the word plantation to be offensive.
Right.
Yeah, those people have never been to Georgia.
And in fact, you know, they don't even know who the people are in Jamaicans there. This guy, by the way, this rum was recommended by a Jamaican named Tallman, and that's sort of that thing lingo for tall man. He's actually a guy. I think he's from maybe Holland, so he's got he's one of the super tall Dutch guys. So he says ancestry there. But he's one of the tallest white dudes in Jamaica, and everyone knows him as Tallman. And Tallman referred me to this particular rum because it's nice rum. It's 69% alcohol by volume.
Nice.
But I brought this forward because of plantation. Some people get triggered saying, "Oh, you can't say plantation." That's
I bet that is like the smoothest rum.
I have a question for y'all though, because I hear a lot of people say wild stuff on the internet. They want a reaction, like they don't actually believe this stuff.
We call them trolls.
I feel like y'all fall for a lot of like, well, culture says. I'm like, that person does not believe that. Like,
I don't think so. I don't
when I hear the whole sentence, I'm like, said whoever. No.
There's two ways. Yeah, there's two ways of dishonesty. Yeah, there's two ways of dishonesty. So if we take the recent Richard Dawkins example, you have people going both ways. You have extreme wokeism on one side being like the Hamats of the world that are straight up just lying to say that he's advocating for harm towards trans people and equating them to whatever the hell he said. And then there's the other side that says, oh, hey, look at how Richard Dawkins is supporting all this stuff against trans people. So you've got like both extreme sides just at this point lying about everything that's going on and going out of their way to get reactions on both sides. Both are going after the emotional side of things in each direction. And so it turns into this absolute this is why whatever Richard Dawkins said ought not to have blown up. It's really
they made it into something, right? Yeah.
Even if you do think that it could have been phrased better, the answer is to say, hey, this probably could have been phrased better, right, and then give an example, not but we're removing you from this and you're a bigot and you're this and look at him supporting this and hey, look at him supporting us over here in the KKK. And it's like,
but you see how they all wanted to use it. They wanted to weaponize these things, and most
everybody
of people,
did.
But here's the thing: is most of the people I don't care to have much of a conversation with because I think Mikey's right. Yes. I think a lot of us try and troll. However, there was somebody just on Twitter that was very polite and said, "Hey, Steve, I'd like to explain to you why I think it's transphobic." And I'm like, I would love that. Fine, great. But I don't think Twitter maybe is the best place to do it. Why don't you just call in Monday and Cheshire will talk and I will talk to them. Great. That's how you have dialogue, right? Rodent, no last name, $5. I'm racist, RACEIST. I hate NASCAR, the Triple Crown, and screw the 500 meter dash 2. Yeah, those are all events that I avoid. I'm not a NASCAR dude. NASCAR sucks. What do you want? Come at me, bro.
There's also...
I don't even know what that NASCAR is. I don't follow any of that, dude. I know nothing about NASCAR.
There's also the addition that if you don't say if it's transphobic, if you say, hey, I don't think that was transphobic, or, hey, can you explain to me why this is transphobic? How dare you ask? How do you not know that?
Yeah,
I've had that happen so many times when we're talking
or something when we say that, right? They're like,
when J.K. Rowling stuff came out, people were like, she said this thing, it's transphobic. And I said, how? And nobody could explain it to me. All I got were people telling me how awful of a person I was and that I
Can't
knew
you tell
exactly
that it
what
is?
was.
No, explain to us.
And like I understand when you're a marginalized group and there are a lot of people against you and you find questions to be sea lioning, or you find that people are asking questions with ulterior motives to try and either make you look bad or try to find justification for another person. But if you jump to that every single time before you actually find out, then you're gonna run into trouble of now I have no idea about anything that J.K. Rowling said actually being bigoted or against trans people, because all I saw was one or two of her tweets, which I was like, Nancy was racist about this, and then her blog that she wrote about quote unquote being a TERF, because she was like, well, I guess I'm a TERF now, thanks assholes, but nothing in it was saying that trans people shouldn't have rights. None of it said anything like that.
Yeah.
I think that on some level that when groups engage in this behavior under like a sort of, groupthink mentality, I think that someone should seriously research it, because I don't know how you could do it neurologically, whether it's a mass failure of their theory of mind to like kick in, because they assume that other people have knowledge that they have,
Right.
and they ignore people saying, I don't know this, show it to me. They're like, no, you know
Right.
this. It's like,
Right.
how are you going to tell someone
Right.
else what they know?
It drives me nuts. They automatically think you're being a dishonest agent. You're not. You're like,
Yeah,
you're
that
sitting there
you're
going, no,
lying,
please
and
tell me.
even if you ask
I
them-
want your view on this. I don't assume what I know or I don't know, or else I'm not going to be bothered wasting my time asking. Tell me. Tell me, and they
if
won't.
you're like, please furnish me with the example, they're like, you already know where it is. It's like,
Oh
no,
God,
I
that would drive me
don't.
nuts.
Yes.
It's one thing to say, look, this person probably doesn't know these things, and let me explain to them, as opposed to, hey, look, this person is lying to me about it. No, then you're becoming the dishonest interlocutor.
Manya.
Hi, Manya. So
I'm muting you.
she's muted.
Stop.
How are you? How are you?
Are you okay?
We
You
have to
doing good? You're not sick?
get the Southern Hemisphere contingency in here.
Represent.
All the way
It's,
from the north to the south.
it's midday for her over there, isn't it?
Yeah, but understand that I got a nice message from folks in Antarctica, and they're enjoying the stream.
Well, tell them hi.
They want me to give it a like. They want to give it a thumbs up, so I'm going to give it a thumbs
How
up.
How many are listening? 3 people?
Five, I believe.
Well,
The
that's
entire population of Antarctica,
So
Steve.
so
Learn to
so
phrase things.
literally all the people in about 1,000 square mile radius. Those 5. High five. Those 5 people. We appreciate you listening.
Yes.
They probably got tired
Anyway.
of talking to each other and said, "Listen, dude, we got to listen to something else here, man."
So this notion of you can't say that sort of thing is one of the things that I'm reminded of is there's a film called Barbershop.
Oh yeah.
There's a
Oh,
thing
yeah.
with Ice Cube and Anthony Anderson and so forth. Sean Thomas. And in that film, they made a joke about Rosa Parks, or a gentleman who's a barber made a joke in the barbershop about Rosa Parks, made a comment, which the other people just decried and said, no, right? And the blowback from that even today is still quite significant. And the odd thing is, Rosa Parks was still alive at the time the film was made. She was given a preview of it, and she thought the joke was funny. But you have all these virtuous people saying, well, you can't say something about an icon of the civil rights movement that's not allowed.
She's not only is she a woman, but she's also black, so you have to stand up for her. She can't stand up for herself.
Well, in fact, the joke was about her, someone not being famous for sitting down. Was the joke, and then basically the other people said, no, screw you. And she actually thought it was funny. But again,
Well, people want to be outraged on behalf of other people. It's because they make it about them.
Yeah.
They're the hero that nobody asked for.
Look at me! I'm
And the
standing
thing,
up for people that don't have an
it's
issue with
like-
any of this. Great, yes.
Outrage is a
Okay.
hell of a drug.
yes,
Yeah, it's like maybe let's focus on the issues that are here today, and instead of being outraged for people that are not here. Yeah, there are people like, and also again, like, who the fuck asked you to be outraged on behalf of others? Like, did you ask any trans people? Like, with Richard Dawkins' statement, he was just stating a fact that if you identify as something the society norms don't identify you as, you will always be vilified. He in no way said that whatever that doctor, like, she was identifying with the race with, is as same as when trans people identify, or, you know, with a certain gender. He did not say that he's equating that. He was giving several examples of where he's saying that in this society there's a norm that if you identify as someone else, you will be vilified.
His key
all
concept
wasn't it.
Yeah, his key concept was about vilification. Anybody who reads this and that could really kind of understand these things would I think very quickly go, yes, this is about vilification. It's not about anything that they were talking about to be transphobic. Now, the person that's going to call on Monday, they're going to give us their point of view on it, and that's fine. Happy to listen to it. But I don't. I read his blog. I was bullshit. I'm sorry. I don't have an issue. By the way, I got an echo. I don't have an issue. I don't have an issue with Hammett. He, you know, and by the way, I know he doesn't follow me or anything, but unfortunately, Kyle poisoned our relationship because he had basically been telling Hammett things that weren't true.
It wouldn't work anyway. It's okay.
It's okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, it's so funny because he had said something like, "Why didn't you come to me on this, Steve?" I did. I literally had messaged him. This is my position. Do you want to talk about it? He said, "No, I'm too busy for this." Okay, fine. And I wrote a blog on him, right? So I gave him the opportunity, and then he bitched at me for saying, "Well, Steve kind of came after me, and I don't know why. I never did anything to him." I didn't go after him. I criticized what he was saying because it was wrong.
Steve, none of us have ever gone to somebody to say, "Hey, what the hell's going on with this?" Get ignored and have those people bitch after the fact when you talk about their public statements.
It's beyond, right? But anyways, yeah, he doesn't seem like the kind of person that wants to talk about the actual stuff. You don't see him going on and having these dialogues.
He's a preacher.
Yeah, he's an atheist
preacher.
Yeah.
Preacher. Like, so yeah, like, if I may finish my thought and continuation of what Steve was saying. Okay, even if you perceive, okay, I don't think so, this is right, maybe go to Richard Dawkins and maybe clarify, maybe, dude, what did you exactly mean? What are you trying to say here? And said, oh, hell will betide, you attack trans people, you're equating this and that. And when he said he is not doing anything like that, oh, no, I will decide what you were trying to say, and I will tell you what you were saying, and you're wrong, and I'm going to be the savior of the day. And I'm like,
wrote it last name $5. I've done this. When someone tells me a racist joke, I blank face, tilt my head, and say, I don't get it. Can you explain it to me? Why is that funny? Well,
yeah, that's a good way to deal with that. It happens with a lot of. It's really easy to do if it's a sexist comment. Also, sexist comments are so like if it's actually a joke, you can explain why it's funny, and it's not hard to explain. But if it's not a joke and you're just it's Schrodinger's asshole. If you accept it, it's funny and ha ha ha. But if you don't think it's funny, then it was just a joke, man. It was just a joke. It's a joke. And
devil's advocate.
Yeah. Okay. If I may, just before that, sorry, Lincoln. I'm just sneaking.
Oh, go ahead.
What was? Yeah, and some people might say, oh, you know that thing like I'm not saying this, but I'm saying this. It might that they thought they recognized that kind of language in his tweet. Well, if you think that, look at his track record. Has he done that before? Is he known to do that before?
Some people think that he has, is the thing.
Some people
right?
has, yeah. Because he's a biologist and he understands there are certain biological realities. Right?
He's very like to the books kind of person,
again,
it's not that. It's the struggle between the difference between when somebody is talking about biologically versus when somebody is talking about socially. Yes. So if you're talking about biology, genders versus if you're talking about social identity and social gender roles, right? So when you have a biologist talking on Twitter, you could probably assume most of the time that when referring to gender, they're referring to the biological gender of an individual as it is currently viewed in biological studies. However, that's not what people do, and they will go out of their way to make it seem like that isn't what's going on.
Yeah. Okay.
You mean
Nor
words
is yours
words
like-
have certain usages in certain domains of discourse that may be different from common parlance?
Oh my lord.
Whoa.
God bless.
Talking about
That sounds radical, Steve. That's
very,
This is why I cause schism in the atheist community.
Oh.
Should I get some?
not because you're not a real atheist anyway.
Oh yeah, but I just shake them up. Yeah, I'm too provocative for atheism. Okay.
Well, no, Steve's a closet
Provocateurs,
atheist.
atheist provocateurs find you provocative, Steve.
I saw people complaining, like I think the biggest complaint I saw was people saying that about what Dawkins had said was that he was saying that some men identify as women, and then people were saying being trans isn't a choice. So then I posed the question, if you are trans, like if you suffer from dysmorphia, are you required to transition?
Well, he said some, right? He had a
Because
qualifier, did he not? It wasn't
He had
all.
he had a qualifier. But if you're going to say that being trans is not a choice, are you then going to require anybody with dysmorphia to transition, or can they choose to live as how and identify however they choose to identify?
Right.
Is it dysphoria? What is it? Dysmorphia?
Yeah,
Dysmorphia, body dysphoria,
I mean,
Dysphoria, that's what it is.
Clearly, how you identify is a choice. How you identify, I could identify one way, but I want to be identified differently. That's a choice. I've also decided to identify the way that I am. So that in itself is a choice, is it not?
There's also something to be said for people who are. This is why, I think this is a conversation that we need to bring more trans people into, because there's a mental state involved in this also, and a mental state you may not be able to choose, but you can choose whether or not or how you decide to act upon that mental
That's what I'm
state.
saying. Right, how you act upon it.
Right. So somebody could be female in the brain and male in the body. I'm going to simplify this as much as possible just to get the point across. Please forgive me for that. But if you're a female in the brain,
you have to go and study biology.
if you're well, apparently if I study biology, I'm against trans people. So
Oh my lord.
if I'm female in the brain and male in the body and decide, and that's a dysphoria that I have. I view myself as a female, but I choose to handle it by being like, I'm going to identify as my biological body male, and I'm going to act as if I'm a male, and I'm going to deal with it in this way. Am I not allowed to do that? Because if it's not a choice, then I can't do that. I don't have that option. I have to change and present as a female if it's not a choice.
So you're talking about actions rather than thoughts.
Right. There's a difference between whatever your mental state is versus how you decide to enact and behave under that mental state. If I'm angry, I could flip a desk, I could throw a thing, I could punch somebody, or I could breathe for a second and sit and have a conversation. That's a choice. I didn't choose to. I may not have a choice in being angry. In some cases you do, in some cases you don't. And so if I don't have a choice in being angry, that doesn't mean that I can't choose to handle it in one way or another. So if I choose to handle either my dysmorphia or my mental state or my identity one way or another way, if I don't have a choice, it means I have to do this and have to do that, which clearly is not the case when it comes to trans people, because every trans person handles it different.
Yeah, it's very simple.
Some of them choose to not be trans.
It's very simple. They conflate. Not being able, first of all, they don't choose how they feel, right? That's not a choice. How you express it, how you have others relate to you, that is a choice. And they're completely different things. Completely different. I don't know why they decided to conflate those, because I think that obviously, Richard Dawkins, he knows these distinctions.
If it wasn't a choice, you would be forcing people medically to undergo surgery and undergo hormonal therapy, which I don't think people want to do. But this is the problem with this is the conclusion that you come to if you follow this. If this is the idea, if this is what you want to follow and say, hey, listen, you don't have a choice to be trans. Trans people don't have a choice in being trans. then they would be required. If they're not required, then there is choice involved. Now, again, their mental state, you only have so much control over. In some cases, you can do more than others, and you can handle it in one way or another, and there's a spectrum there of what can and cannot be done. So, but it comes down to a choice. Do you want to seek therapy? Do you want to have hormonal changes? Do you want to get surgery or not? If you start removing the choice from that, you're going to start running into problems that I don't think people are going to be okay with.
Agreed.
I think there's a direct parallel with how people, especially religious people, view sexuality. So people, key into that sort of social coding of the word choice, where someone can, be, lesbian or gay, and then they don't act upon it. So some people will say that's a choice.
Yeah, no, I get that. Look, I didn't choose to be straight. I mean, I never made a conscious decision for that. I understand that. That's how I related it as well, right? However, how I identify, I could choose for somebody to identify me as something else. If I want to say my name is such and such, or I want a different pronoun, I can make those choices for me. But I can't change how I actually feel, right?
And it's coupled with a confusing thing, I think, for some people, that someone can be trans and not transition.
Sure.
Their body.
Yeah, well, we're gonna be talking about this more tomorrow, 11 o'clock Pacific, on Judgment Call. We want people to call in and weigh in, and from their perspectives.
Yeah. Before we go any further, I just Googled dysphoria or dysmorphia on Google. Hey. So what it says is those with body dysmorphia have a distorted view of how they look, while those with gender dysphoria suffer no distortion.
Yeah, well, some argue for transgender you have to have dysphoria. Some argue that you don't.
Yeah.
Well, and some people will argue that you actually have to be undergoing some kind of transition.
That it's like an interlinked thing where your mental state, which is the dysphoria, is linked with your perception of your body, which is the dysmorphia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So dysphoria can cover dysmorphia, but it might not be the other way around. Is that what we're saying? So we need a transgender person to come.
There's also,
according to me, about this whole thing. I think it would be great.
Are you kidding? It's Friday night. They're out having fun while we're like the ones sitting around.
We're a bunch of losers.
Right, I'm telling you.
That is a fact.
I'm playing Need for
Maybe in
Speed.
the future.
There is another thing that has to do with the Dawkins thing, and it's when somebody makes the claim of advocacy. He's advocating for this or advocating for that. He didn't advocate for anything in that tweet in particular. There was no advocation one way or another. It didn't say this was good or this is bad or this is wrong or this is right, and made no indication in any way, shape, or form. All it stated was two facts. One, in this case, this person was vilified. Two, in this case, this person, you will be vilified. Discuss.
Yeah.
So the only thing you could say is, oh, those people aren't vilified or those people wouldn't be vilified. How can you say that?
Yeah.
Nobody's arguing that because, no shit, people are vilified.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I saw a tweet from somebody who's been around a very long time. I don't really know him personally. I just for some reason never really been in the same hang with him. No, I know him. He's been on my show. No, a guy named Concordance. He's been around for a very long time. He's a biologist.
Oh.
Very, very intelligent guy.
Yeah, he's crazy smart.
Yeah, he's crazy smart. However, I don't know if he's being a little disingenuous or not when he had tweeted something along the lines of, well, people can say certain things like, should Jews be allowed to live? Discuss. And, and have an implicature of some kind of intent there, right?
You can imply intent. Yes, sure.
But nobody's arguing that kind of thing, right? And there's a huge difference between, I think, what Richard Dawkins did and some kind of statement like that, right? I mean, clearly, some statements are just to cause, an emotional, visceral reaction that has no actual academic or epistemic value whatsoever, right? That's not a question that has any value to discuss, right? So I don't know if he was being serious or not when he said something like that.
Right.
If he was,
if he was being sarcastic.
A little disingenuous if he was, but if it was meant to show the difference, then that's fine. But it was really hard to read because it's on Twitter. What people's means by that.
I think there is value in that though. Like people like Rags. He would say things like that sometimes, just purely for whatever reaction or comedy he could elicit from it.
There is a difference between wanting to cause a reaction or get a reaction and trying to manipulate a reaction. So trying to cause a reaction, like throwing an epistemic grenade. So let's say what Richard Dawkins was doing was trying to begin a conversation, trying to start a conversation, trying to get people to talk about this situation, whether that be for good reasons, bad reasons, like there's intent behind something like that. It seems to me his intent was just to have the conversation. And then there's people who are lobbing things that are malicious. So you can go out of your way and lob a grenade like that with the goal of trying to cause as much harm as possible. Something like when you lie about what somebody else has said to elicit an emotional response so you can manipulate your audience into thinking what you're saying is right, and therefore you get that high, you get that I'm the hero, you get that look at how much I'm helping by causing more damage.
Like the tweets were deleted?
I mean, I can't think of anybody in particular friendly atheist.
Like I said, I don't know how he became such.
That shit pissed me off. All right. It's
yeah,
annoying.
I know. You and Hammond are probably gonna have words one of these days. I'm just gonna sit back and just listen.
You won't. I bet you we won't.
No, he won't. He won't bother with you. You're not royalty to him.
Listen, I could get bigger than he would, and he wouldn't with me.
Yeah, well, I don't think he would know how. Rodent, real last name. Again, he doesn't really go into one of these kind of altercations. He just.
Oh, gee, really? He's kind of one of those people that is a preacher and doesn't actually go into conversations to discuss.
Yeah. Well, like I said,
weird.
I asked him, hey, I'd like to have this discussion with you because I think you're wrong on it. He didn't care. And I'm like, okay, what the hell is it now? You're right. Now he's just become a preacher, right?
Then he espouses outrage externally to be like, how dare they say this about me? And it's like, but you told me you didn't care.
I thought it was odd that he came after me going, I thought Steve, was fine. Why would he come after me? I'm like, I didn't. I have nothing against the guy. I've never said a negative word about the guy. Now, there have been people out there that have told him that I've said negative things that did not happen. They've outright lied about that.
I have negative words about him.
But here's the difference. I've never told anybody anything like that. Anybody who's ever told him otherwise was lying to him. I guarantee it. But he's never going to know that nor care, right? Because it's Steve. People told me Steve said this about him. Bullshit.
Communication is two-way, motherfucker. You don't get to sit there and bitch.
Yeah, but he thinks that way because I went to him and said, hey, I think you're wrong on this. Let's have a discussion, and he didn't want to. So when I wrote my blog on him, he took it offensively. I'm like, I wasn't coming at you, bro. I don't understand. Rodent, no last name, $5. I have a trans client and co-worker. I've asked both of them preferred pronouns and used them. In my humble opinion, unless we're having sex, who cares? Get back to work.
Yeah.
Wait, what would you like me to call you while we're having sex? Just pick something. I don't care.
Probably gives you the least. Gender is one of the least interesting and gives you the least amount of information about an individual.
Oh yeah,
it's so
definitely
boring. Who cares?
That's why I always say there are assholes in every group of people.
Look, the only thing I'll ever call you,
irrespective of genders.
The only thing I'll call you while we're having sex is a cab.
Womp 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 womp. You're gonna have to update your lingo, Steve, and start saying Uber.
Oh yeah.
There's no cabs anymore. What are you talking about? You're gonna call it from a payphone, a rotary payphone.
What's a cab, Steve?
I'm going to telegram the carriage.
Beep 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 beep.
Send a raven. I need this wench out of here.
Send a raven to fetch a carriage.
Mikey gets the real strongest anachronism or whatever.
Hey, we remember those types of phones. Okay, we had rotary phones. You guys don't know the struggle, man. It was hard.
Y'all didn't have none to talk about no way. Did you see the one TV show we had last night?
Yeah, well, it was on channel 55. Yeah.
Did you hear the radio program?
Yeah. Did you listen to the radio?
The Shadow. Am I right?
The Shadow knows. How do you know about this shit?
The Shadow does know.
Yeah, how do you know about Vicky?
I'm sending you something on Discord. Look at it.
How is he knowing all this culture before his time?
Look, I don't need to reveal my sources.
What do you Shadow knows?
What do you want, the feds? You want federal?
What was the exact noun usage that Biden used? He said make sure the record player's on at night or something.
So easy listening, the record player.
I'm buying a vinyl.
Well, to make sure your kids are educated or something. It was so incoherent.
Make sure to put an extra log on the fire before bed.
That's why
It's gonna be a cold
I
night. Yeah.
play what was it? A neutral gendered character in D&D. Like you can't figure out what gender they are. They can switch to any gender they like.
A jelly cube.
Well, that'd be a fun cantrip. Just you could change the gender of somebody with a cantrip.
There's a name for it. They're not called shapeshifters. They're called mimics.
Changelings?
Something. Changelings, yeah, there you go.
But changelings could change their own. No, a cantrip you'd cast it on somebody else. You'd have a dwarf going, what the hell? You know, what? You know, all of a sudden, you know, become.
Are you talking about the Book of Erotic Fantasy?
I have no idea what that is. Sounds good.
What? It was the Dungeons and Dragons book that was like, here's magic for sex.
I did not know that.
So it had all the rules, and it had like the table for what the likelihood of pregnancy was between different races, and it had like.
I'm used to like the basic addiction.
Using the enlarge spell on a specific part of your body and stuff like that.
Again, I remember basic D&D basic edition, right?
It was, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, the Book of Erotic Fantasy was explicitly for, well, it was explicit, but it was explicitly for AD&D, if I'm not mistaken. Advanced Dungeons and Dragons.
I presume it was not a considered a supported Gygax book. Or did they like say no, or did they secretly titter in the background?
I feel like it was one of those where it's technically canon.
So I'm trying to think what species would or would not be compatible with each other. I know you can have half orcs, half elves.
That's usually about the mix of there's tieflings, which are half infernal.
Mm-hmm.
Well, tieflings aren't really half infernal anymore. They're like a bloodline that was either cursed or made a deal with a devil at some point in their past.
Okay, so what are the most incompatible, hair
Elves,
for
dwarves and elves?
They can't get together.
So no, they can. And it's just the likelihood of having a child out of it is unlikely.
I would think like ogres and halflings.
Book of Erotic Fantasy on. Oh, it's on Amazon.
Elf, and then the problem with elves is that they're not really prolific in their.
Hey, do you guys want to know how expensive this book is on Amazon in Canadian?
$200.
$450.
Jesus Christ!
Wow.
What?
What is that, like
I can get a vintage
American?
Playboy for a fraction of that price.
It was for 3.5.
Limited edition.
Out of print or something?
Oh yeah.
They've been done with those.
It's the hard copy.
Yeah, it was the hard copy, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, these PDFs are rocking it
I'm
out.
becoming
right now.
naughty.
The book contained 20 feats, 3 new classes, 12 new prestige classes, 6 new domains, and 45 new spells, 6 new gods, and 12 new monsters. Many unusable as player races.
So do they conduct venereal diseases? That's one of those curses and something?
Yes. Yeah, it was all in there.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure Spoonie did a review on it. I'll see if I can find the episode, and I'll link it in the chat if Google moderators let me.
So is things like that covered under free speech? If you'd say you were a fan of something and you wanted to take it and you wanted to run with it in some complete other direction because it's transformative, does the original like for example, like in this case, Gary Gygax, Marvel or DC Comics or anything that deals with this stuff, you took something and you transformed it. Do they have any say in it? Because a lot of times they don't. Like look at like the Boys. I mean, that just is absolutely brilliant, right?
What you're saying that those characters are based on other characters?
Fine.
How'd you get to that
I took a guess. I took a guess.
There's a fast guy, an Amazonian, and an invisible
guy
person.
You go in the water, breathe in the water.
Yeah, there's like an aqua dude. There's an aqua dude.
There's just some similarities there. Yeah, similarities.
But didn't
Guy with a giant
the
penis.
AD&D folks get in trouble because the Tolkien people said you can't use the word hobbit, you have to use halfling?
Yeah, there was some things
And
like
goblins.
that. Yes, I remember that.
God.
Yeah.
Goblins and gerblins and all that.
Other universes can't have hobbits. Oh my god, that coincidence is not possible. Sorry.
I don't know how successful it was. You'd have to
There's
ask your
two
trademark and copyright troll.
2 parts.
Go ahead.
There were 2 parts of the Spoonie experiment. Spoonie, or Noah Antweiler, however you want to say it, did a review of this, or a talk about this book in like 2014, 2015 specifically. Sorry, it's 2 parts. I linked both of them in the chat if you want to check it, like find out a little bit more about this book.
Yes.
This,
yes.
This web of like ideas and stuff, it's kind of reminding me of have any of you seen, well, a lot of people know about like the whole Kimba Lion King thing, right?
No.
Yep.
What part are you talking about?
People, a lot of people made videos with some clips, and basically the thesis of these videos was that Lion King stole much of the themes and ideas and imagery from this long-running TV show and different films. But,
Kimba. Yeah, that's what you were saying.
Yeah. I saw YMS, Your Movie Sucks, made a extremely good video like a month, or I don't know, I can't remember how many months ago it was. It was extremely good, and it basically destroyed the ideas that were being presented in these really short videos.
Oh wow, would love to see that.
Yeah, it's really good. It's like 2 hours long, so if you're gonna watch it, it's a long ride.
That's cool.
He
Also,
he watched like 50 hours of an ancient TV show, including like the horrifyingly bad dubs that are like, I cannot do this, blah blah blah. Like
Helios in the chat says, I was playing a PvP, or I would have responded sooner. The race that can change itself at will is doppelganger. There are 2. One is a monster class, and one is a monster race, and one is a player race. Changelings you can play, doppelgangers you cannot. Both of which are characters that they have no gender. They're completely non-binary, and they have almost no features that distinguish one way or another. And so they can be either male or female when they decide to take a form of a race that is of the same size class as they are.
Anything
I'm a
medium
changeling in
goes.
D&D. I'm a changeling in D&D.
I think one of the best
rogue
I'm
class.
still thinking about that. One of the best points that what's his name, Adam, from that video, what he made was basically all of the references were like circular and like self-referential. So there's this woman who wrote a book on it, or a book on a certain subject, and she included stuff about Kimba, and it referenced back to YouTube videos that were like circularly referencing themselves.
Oh, wow.
There's no independent source, and he's like, none of these people have watched this show. They just took ideas from other people and didn't check. So
oh wow.
People were like, this is true, and this
it's
is
like,
true
you have to like do some proofreading there,
Check your sources.
Please.
Citation needed.
There's this one part one of the visual pieces that they said they stole was in the Lion King, Mufasa like appears in the clouds, but the still this woman took from a video was ambiguous, where it looked like Mufasa was on the moon. And in Kimba, there's a section where Kimba's on the moon, and this woman is like, look, this is exactly the same. Mufasa's on the moon, Kimba's dad's on the moon. It's like,
now let's not pretend that Disney don't be jacking shit. Like, come on.
Oh yeah,
they do be borrowing some ideas, sharing ideas.
His conclusion is really nuanced, and he said, could there have been people working in Disney that were very, literate in this, that had, experienced Kimba and took, inspiration from it without directly copying? And he's like, yeah, that's 100% possible. Did Disney as an entity say, hey, we're going to take from this show and just plagiarize it?
There's also, I think something that maybe gets...
corroborate that.
I think there's something that also would get overlooked with something like that when it comes to animation in that time period. Think about when we're talking about here. How did they get access to that TV show at that time period?
There was one.
I'm sorry, are you asking how Disney got access to something? How Disney did?
No, not how Disney. How the individuals, the animators, the character designers had
one references
passively seen this.
Yeah, one of them was that one of the people that worked on The Lion King was in Japan, but all of the references cited the time wrong. He was there like 4 years before Kimba even aired, and then he left. but people are like, he was there in the 80s. It doesn't matter. He was there. And it's like,
Yeah, but you know,
like,
the notion it still is a case that you were talking about back to free speech. There are people that criticize the Lion King because they can be offended by various things in it.
Yeah, it's
also
literal
there's
like that.
hyenas.
and they want a target to attack. They're like, I don't like Disney now. The Lion King is crap. Just crap all over it.
Or they say,
Not-
it promotes bad stereotypes, blah 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 blah. So
It promotes patricide.
The worst two. First off, don't get me started on the crows from Dumbo. Second off, people who are like, oh hey, we finally have an African American Disney princess, and it's Tiana. And people, I loved Tiana. I loved The Princess and the Frog. I thought it was great. But people just had pictures of Tiana being like, yay! And then pictures of Nala being like, excuse you?
and so it's one of the things that's kind of sad that this sort of woke culture
Non-animal.
is enabling, on the other hand, the stuff that they claim to be crying against because of their behavior. They have people who then what might be considered allies turn against them. And then they also embolden the opposition to get really stuff. I mean, consider, for example, what happened to Milo at Berkeley. When Milo, a troll, came to Berkeley and it was sponsored and there was basically this riot that actually set fire to things and actually gave Milo a platform. He became much more famous as a result of being denied because of the threats being made to the organizers of the event for that reason. Now, he still is a person I don't like, but again, that's the university was considered one of the heart of, quotes, the free speech movement of the 60s. Turned around and banned someone because of what they might say, and gave platform to somebody that otherwise would have been less, more obscure.
I think the answer is both. I think people ought to be able to express their displeasure and not wanting that person around, but at the same time, that doesn't mean that he should be like that. Clearly, he was already allowed to speak. Like the university had already given permission for him to be there and for him to show up and set up this event. They're welcome to protest, but I think it's the university lacking the backbone in that case, because they can protest, they can gather and be like, you know what, we don't want to hear this guy, fuck this guy, and then choose to not watch whatever he has to say. How much more amusing would it have been if they let him show up to that university and nobody was in the audience?
Yeah. Or what you do is you have a counter presentation the next day at the same place.
Yes, you do both, right?
But that is again.
Oh, you mean they don't have to do it in separate rooms? Even like maybe sit down together and present your points.
That's crazy talk.
Oh my god!
No thanks.
Triggered.
If one of that talk with Milo and Christina Hoff Summers hadn't happened, we wouldn't have the original Trigglypuff clip. So
yeah.
And it's funny, like how there was this Twitter video where it was shown that Disney recycles its own like what you can say, the animation strip,
The
like
frames, yeah.
the
Animation
frames.
frames, yeah.
It's like, okay, so
frame for frame,
Of course. Yeah, of course they did. They had to.
yeah, to save time and money, and of course like the animators' time and everything, and mainly money, I think. So that was the thing.
Well, it would have been a time money crunch. You've got scenes from different
Jungle
movies
Book
that you can overlay
and
them.
Robin Hood and Sword
Winnie
of the
the
Stone
Pooh,
and Winnie the
yeah.
Pooh.
And
Imagine
taking
Mowgli.
a few examples like that and then extrapolating that with a larger point, like, oh, Disney only reuses, their own animation. It's like, that's a gross misrepresentation.
Well, you could make that kind of argument about Disney having a format. There is a Disney princess format, but if you're gonna say like, hey, listen, Disney wasn't good enough and they were racist because of this, this, and this, it doesn't necessarily undermine the good that they did when they did Lion King. They went to Africa. They brought people from Africa to write the music and do the harmonies for the songs. They like the opening song is what it is because they went to the culture and pulled from the culture. They didn't just pull this out of their asses.
Yeah. So I have a different question, and many might be be able to speak to it. So I keep hearing references to J.K. Rowling and people being upset with her. Yet on the other hand, I'm fairly familiar with the Harry Potter series, and I know that she had, characters who were, in there and said, this person was gay. That's part of the thing. And yet I hear that she's now considered to be bad by certain people because of stuff. Can you enlighten me as to what the controversy is, and so you're aware of that?
You need the TLDR.
Me or Manya?
Anyone.
For what? Sorry, I missed that. I was watching.
For JK, what's the context for?
Okay, so let's because
the
J.K. Rowling. She went from being an advocate to
and I've read the books and so
people
forth.
saying she had blood on her
that there are gay characters in that world, but I also hear people saying no, she's now bad and evil because of da.
I think so.
What's the deal?
Started, in my opinion, it all started with when she declared after the series finished, she declared that Dumbledore is gay, and she said
it was more a It was during when the Deathly Hallows, the last book, was being released. People were asking questions about the relationship that she wrote into the book, and then she said, yes, this was, they were gay, and they weren't just like really, really good friends. But some people have taken that after the fact to think that it was like a shoehorn type of thing. But if you read the text, how she wrote it, you can see sort of insinuations of that, but it's not direct. But people really didn't like that she was so direct with it.
But they were like, okay, if they were gay and they had like Dumbledore had a love interest in Grindelwald, why wasn't it made more clearer? And why? Okay, and if it was not made clearer, what's the point of bringing it up after the books have finished? So that's what people were like. And so because of that, the people were like, because the people couldn't fathom why she would mention it after the books were finished. So of course they were like, what else it could be? She's trying to cater to a community. And I'm like, with the number of copies this woman has sold of those books, do you think she needs to cater to a particular community? Like,
although I do think she did jump the shark when she said something along the lines of, well, nobody said Hermione wasn't black, and it was like, no, you did in the book, and also when you did the casting of Hermione, so no.
I think that controversy came when with
that was well after the fact. That's the
well after child. The production of the Cursed Child. Yeah, and for the play, J.K. Rowling was like, okay, why not have a black, Hermione, and she was like, yeah, why not? Like, because I think so maybe the purpose was for everyone to associate with that character, that anyone can be Hermione, as intelligent as her and as, quick-witted as her. And so they were like, yeah, anyone can. So they went for someone who's from another race. I think so. I don't know. I can't speak for J.K. Rowling. That's how I saw. And then people were like, but in the books, but everyone's like, then there are more people who are like, but this is the Cursed Child. That's another book. That's not from the Harry Potter series. Those are two separate things. Why are you going crazy on that? And I think so J.K. Rowling didn't know how to handle it.
You end up getting stuck in this weird no-win scenario situation. There were people who were upset when the Thor movies came out, that the guy who played Heimdall, who was Idris Elba, was black, because Heimdall in the comic books is white.
Nobody would have done that part better. Nobody could have done that part better.
He did.
Personified.
And the thing is that him
I hate him.
But him being
I know. Who doesn't, right? I mean, we all.
What a that guy is,
right? I mean,
6'5", sexy.
I would become him in a heartbeat.
Kickboxer.
him being white,
actor, comedian, rapper, fuck that guy.
him
It's
being
not fair,
white,
right? It is not freaking fair.
The shit's not fair. He took all the talent.
On the topic.
Heimdall being white or Heimdall being black was not part of his character arc or anything to do with it. Didn't matter. So when it comes to Hermione, it literally didn't matter whether Hermione was black or was white. It mattered if Dumbledore was gay or not, because it had to do with the history and the world building in that context. Then it mattered because it was part of his character and part of his arc and part of why he did and didn't, why he was in the mental state that he was in when it came to handling and dealing with Voldemort.
Voldemort
Yeah,
and Grindelwald.
And the whole the whole thing that I saw in the book series, sex was really not a big factor in there. I mean, the closest you got to is someone snogging, right? Is what they they use
that word a lot in like book 6 and 7. I don't know what went there, what was happening. Maybe J.K. Rowling
teenagers.
Was teenagers. So
So in that sense, I think they're saying, well, she isn't dealing with someone's sexuality. Well, sexuality was really not a matter. Yes, the dorms were segregated by men and women.
Her books were already getting lambasted for being about wizardry. Come on.
They're demonic, right? So
yeah, exactly. Hey, look, I remember.
I think so. Why she? I think so. Why J.K. Rowling brought that up was because she was prepping to start writing the new series. That's the Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. And for that, she had the Grindelwald is the nemesis of Dumbledore in those series, and she was like, okay, there will be reasons, because in the books, in the original books, they mentioned that why Dumbledore never attacked Grindelwald. There had to be something more than a friendship. So to emphasize on that, she went with that narrative that they were more intimate than just friends. So that's why, and that's kind of being magnified in the Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them series. I think it's still being like keeping it subtle, but there are an innuendo.
But that's not the focus of the thing. But then there's also a controversy about the fact of that they say that Rowling is transphobic.
Oh, that one I will have to. That one I haven't looked into.
I don't understand.
The transphobic thing started when at some point she had said that somebody said, people who have periods, and she said, yeah, we have a name for those. Those are called women.
And
so people got really upset.
Yeah.
People got really upset because, well, there are some women that don't have periods because they're trans. And or
maybe because of their argument was they stopped having periods.
No, their argument was there's men that have periods, and of course they again conflate the biological facts of the matter as opposed to the gender, and of course I don't understand why they do that. It does nobody any good to deny certain biological things.
Because they were taking what she said and acknowledging that women are people, because that was sort of what it was coming down to. That there are people who have. I'm not making this argument. I'm just clarifying this because I don't know if I'm ready to get into this conversation yet. Wherever I may fall.
Are you sure you want to do this?
I'm sort of asking about the context of this thing. So
I'm just trying to grant the context here. There are people who will say and have said, and some of them are claimed to be TERF. Some of them say that these people are bigoted for having this opinion, but that the trans community are wiping out women as an identity, or being a woman as an identity, so that or they're taking it over, or they're hijacking it, whatever terminology they end up using.
People is one of the things that she said.
Yeah, that's really odd. Real quick, last name $5 says, I literally had an argument with someone who claimed cosplayers are culturally appropriating Klingon culture. No, really, they were serious.
What?
Here's the funniest thing. I had a wonderful discussion with Brittany Simon. It was on her channel, and I uploaded it as a premiere on this channel. If you haven't checked it out, go find it on mine and or her channel, so you can go subscribe to her. But one of the things that came up is she had talked to people that did not identify as human. And it's like, should she have an obligation to refer to them as non-human? You know, some kind of non-human terminology. Let's say they assume they were Klingon kind of thing. No, I don't think that you do. But wrote in Last Name $5 says, on a similar note, for years I had hoped they cast a woman as Doctor Who. They just wrote the episodes terribly. Oh, I love her.
That's a
But the writing? Abysmal for this last season. It has been the worst season for Doctor Who of all frickin' time. It used to be Doctor Who would approach these types of things. They weren't in your face. They were very subtle. They were done exceptionally well, much like Star Trek did, right? No, they got rid of that formula and they went full wokeism. And the writing for her has been absolute crap. And she's such an amazing actress. I used to watch Broadchurch. So yeah,
that was a good show.
Yeah, I think it's just a shame that what they did. So yeah, I was happy to have a female one. And by the way, I love the future one for her. The what's her? The other woman that has taken over her in the far future. The doctor, the black woman. What the hell's her name? I don't remember her name. She's really good at
these
that.
things where they purposely go the way to try to switch the previous role, like what happened with Ghostbusters, or
that was a fail.
Or saying, you know, James Bond can't be a sexist, misogynist agent, right?
He was, but he kind of was. That was what made him. But
that's part of the franchise part.
Yeah, that was his
thing. The thing is that you shouldn't necessarily be rewarding and advocating for that kind of behavior. You can still have the character and then maybe have those things not go quite right for him. Manya and I have been watching Avatar: The Last Airbender. Sokka, at the beginning of that series, is a misogynistic asshole, but every time he does anything that is misogynistic or talks down to somebody, he's not rewarded. He gets punished for it.
Penalized.
He gets his ass whooped in short.
Yeah, but he's not. But he's also not demonized. The people around him don't treat him like he's a bad person. The people around him aren't like jerks to him over it. They just correct the behavior and move on.
Yeah, and nothing wrong with that.
One of the best things about that show is its treatment of people who are disabled. The treatment of the kid whose legs don't work, the paraplegic kid. Toph is the greatest Earthbender of all time, and she's blind. And the blind jokes are amazing.
Yeah, they're like awesome, and it's like like that is what level of writing you need. Like, I don't know why it's so difficult for writers to achieve that. I think so that should be expected by now.
Because there's a balance. It's an art to put these things into words where they're not so in your face, but they make a very poignant point.
There's a difference between a movie that is put together by numbers and marketing teams versus a movie that has been written and put together by authors and writers.
Yeah, of course. Watson 5001, same thing when someone says, quote, people aren't like animals, and when others yell, people are, when the context of the former is different. Correct. I mean, we know biologically humans are animals, but we also understand socially that there's a difference between the category of humans and animals. Yeah, so I mean, again, it depends on what you're talking about. But yeah, when the people write for these things, they could either write for the sake of having a production and a movie that they know is going to appeal to the masses, or for they have the writers writing for what they enjoyed to do. And by the way, it used to be the writers enjoyed what they did. They people that fell in love with the series like Doctor Who. Yeah, they were good writers because they enjoyed. Like, for example, when they had the guy who wrote Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, right? Douglas Adams. You know, he is a storyteller. He's a masterful storyteller, right?
Absolutely.
He's not somebody that go out there and go, oh, I think this is going to appeal to a bunch of people because it's woke talk, it's virtue signaling. No, he had stories to tell. And that's what made Doctor Who great. And they shat on all those people that like that stuff. And I'm telling you, this it has plummeted. The ratings have plummeted. It's gone to crap. And I hate that because I grew up with Doctor Who. It's one of the greatest shows of all time.
When you're talking about something like the
and I love Jodie Whittaker,
change,
by the way. It's not her fault.
The purposeful change of something like the Ghostbusters, you can't recreate the Ghostbusters. It was made in a time frame, in a time place, with a group of people that are irreplaceable people. So when you try and use a franchise to cash in and then switch the genders to try and ride a wave because people are like, we want to see more girls in movies.
It's the humor.
Yes, and
It's
that's the thing.
lazy.
My objection to
that's
the
exactly
new
lazy, yeah.
the new
Get something
Ghostbusters is it should not have been remade.
Correct.
The same thing. I had the same
Yeah, exactly.
objection when they're taking black and white films and colorizing them.
Oh, I agree.
Casablanca deserves, Citizen Kane deserve to be black and white. Don't colorize them because you think color is the new thing.
Right.
Yeah, that
was
a pun.
That's like taking moves. That's like taking something like Roots and making it about some Karen that didn't get her Starbucks or something. You know. It's freaking ridiculous.
There's something to be said
Struggle.
about needing things when it comes to media, when it comes to things like comedy, when it comes to things like movies, when it comes to things like books, need to be understood they're used to look back on where we were. They're used to look back on the context of what was going on at the time. When you want to remove things and stuff from books or censor books that were written in this time period, you can change when these books are taught if you think that the language in them isn't appropriate, or the theming in them isn't appropriate, or the way they frame this group of people isn't appropriate for younger audiences. Don't remove the book. Yeah. Don't not teach the book. Change the context in which you teach the book. If this book says like, oh, this group of people is bad or lesser than, you don't teach it to children who are only now learning that people ought to be treated equally. You teach it to them when they're older, and you use that book as a teaching tool to teach this other things. You don't want to use that book? That's also okay. It doesn't mean burn the book or alter the book. It means use a different book that's better for the subject matter that you're trying to teach.
That's why you get new editions.
And
you have new editions.
Well, it doesn't. No. You don't. I don't think you should like remove certain things, even in new editions, right? I mean, you treat adults like adults, and high schoolers, I think they're competent enough to understand nuances. So if you're reading something like Huckleberry Finn in the original thing, it's going to have some derogatory things in it. But as Cheshire says, you use it to point it out, right?
Steve,
yes, sir.
2 years ago, those little fuckers were eating fucking Tide Pods. Cool out.
Oh God!
Very valid point. Very valid point.
You forgot. I didn't. I work with teenagers.
Look how far you've come.
They don't need anything. Give them coloring books and calculators, please. Don't make them do cursive. They can't handle it.
And just so we have it on the record, you never did try a Tide Pod, correct?
I did. I picked one up and I put it in the laundry where it belonged, and my clothes got clean.
Wow.
Oh wow.
American.
Well, there you go. You know what? You found a sponsor for your channel now. Yeah. Roto No Last Name $5 says this is where The Expanse gets so much right. Diverse cast without ticking off checkbooks. I think checkboxes. Race, gender is pretty irrelevant when in space. I watched the first season of Expanse.
A perfect example is Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. You don't
that made me cry.
You don't make Peter Parker black. You make another Spider-Man and you tell a different story that makes sense for that character.
So at the same time though, I'm getting really sick of people like nerdgasming over their favorite character who's already an alien and saying, well, they can't be Mexican or black. That just goes against canon. I'm like, okay.
So it can't be alien either.
The guy who can like disappear and then appear somewhere else. He has laser eyes. He fucking farts thunder. No, that guy, there's no way he could be black also, right? No. That would be insane.
There can't be any alternate. Hold on. There can't be any alternate universe where all the characters in the DC universe are from another race. Okay. Yeah.
Like they all got to be white dudes that are aliens. I'm like, all right. You need to realize something. This dude is
there can be alternate universes where Superman is evil and Lex Luthor is good, but you can't switch the races.
Right. Yeah. He can go back in time to save the rest of the DC universe. But
This
I'll
is
be
not it.
damned if that fucking cyborg get it.
Actually, to be fair, it would be really interesting if they did have a cyborg or a black Batman go back in time and have to jump through time and deal with like historical, like more historically accurate areas. So he would have to live in or in Blazing Saddle times. That could be interesting.
Did you ever see The Watchmen on HBO
Yes.
Max? That's what I'm saying. Like that. Everyone, well, I guess HBO kind of makes it kind of like this, like snooty pooty kind of thing. Like only the rich people get to watch it.
Snooty booty. I like that.
But I mean, if you can ever get your hands on someone's HBO password, definitely go watch The Watchmen, the new series. It is sick.
Oh, wait.
Teen Titans.
Classic.
That chick.
Starfire.
Starfire. Yeah.
I'm watching that show right now. It's awesome. It's so
like
good.
I got irritated.
So
No, the
cool.
live action one. So the reason Titans.
It was just Titans.
The reason I didn't like it wasn't because of the show is necessarily bad. It was that they slapped the Titans name on it. It should have just been its own standalone show. You didn't need the Titans name because now you're setting an expectation, and it's like,
It was
okay,
good. I liked it
listen.
though. But so I mean, I've been meaning to watch The Watchmen.
Great show.
Super good.
Because I have a bucket list, and that has been on my bucket list because it looked awesome. I love that kind of stuff.
Why's it got to be your bucket list? Who are you trying to die like tomorrow, dude?
Well,
you can just watch the show.
There's only
man.
so much shit I could do at one time, man.
Dream higher,
hang on,
Steve.
hang on.
Dream higher.
Also-
Hang on. Did you watch Umbrella Academy yet?
Oh, that's awesome.
I don't like that big dude. He's a bad actor, and he throws the whole fucking chemistry off for me every time. I like
so
the,
for
I
one
like the little
person,
dude.
you want okay.
It's a good series.
Whatever.
I like the little, but I'd never watched Big Bang Theory because Sheldon is honestly the most annoying thing I've ever seen.
Rocket. Are you kidding?
Oh my! I
Big Bang
hate every
Theory is
second.
kind of bad.
Yeah,
I hate every
never got
second
into
of him on screen. I like the other dudes. I like Darlene's boyfriend.
Me and Landon are on the same page.
Get into that.
You're all too
series.
critical, man.
Also, before we go any further,
Yes.
There's a DC universe, all right, in which all the Justice League members are cyborgs, almost cyborgs. So to say that we can't like go to the other side, it's just like ridiculous.
There's a Marvel universe where everybody's.
Melanin.
There's a Marvel universe where everybody's zombies.
Yeah.
Now,
So
real quick,
this is
go ahead.
Roman Coke.
Yeah, Roman Coke.
And I will
Right,
say,
yes.
that the next thing I'm announcing, this particular interesting thing here. It's a
Did he finish the whole
Swiss
bottle already?
liqueur.
Ooh.
It's a Swiss liqueur, and you see that there's this pear in it, right? And you
Yes,
notice the bottle, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Do you eat that
what
afterwards?
they did was that this bottle was originally put over the pear branch, and
That's
the pear blossom
awesome.
was inside, and the pear was grown inside the bottle.
Oh.
And then they
Amazing.
brought it up and snipped it off, and they put alcohol in it. And what you do is you have essentially sort of equivalent of high proof alcohol that then sits there. This pear has never been after it was cut was never been exposed to air, and so you have this nice wonderful liqueur that is
Now, how do you get the pear to eat? Because
that's so cool.
You're going to get a hell of a buzz off eating that pear.
you don't you can keep this going for many years.
Oh, eat that pear. That is going to give you a hell of a
Line
buzz.
above the pear.
You're gonna be Superman, Steve.
That's too
I would
cool.
eat that pear in a haircut.
Landon, when you're done with the wine or liqueur, just cap it. Send me the pear.
Right.
I will get it out of there without hurting myself, and I will.
Or the
eat
pear.
it.
Or the pear.
All right. At some point when we're done with it, we'll send you the bottle with.
I will take the bottle with the pear.
How are you
inside.
going to send that and keep it?
You gotta stream that, Mikey.
Well, what you have to do, given we're in the United States, where there is not freedom of movement of alcohol, right? Even though we have repealed prohibition, moving alcohol across state lines
Bizarre.
is
It's okay. It's not alcohol. It's a pear in a bottle.
yes. So I would be as a gift. I'll
Just
send it as
send
a
it-
gift.
Just send it in just like duct tape it to a frame, like hi art.
There you go.
There
Anyway,
you go.
all
That's
right.
how you get.
So this, and of course this is to my Antarctic friends. This is the Adamson
Cheers.
Scott shot glass made by Glass at the South Pole base. So there you go.
Oh.
And they're enjoying the stuff. So
So, Mike, you got to sing like, I'm a pear in a bottle. You got to eat me the right way. Oh, that'd be a whole. Yeah, never mind.
It's this nice sort of, think of like, it's kind of a grappa that has or a vodka that has this nice pear tint
Moon's
to
in
it.
the chat.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, no, I got to read this. So, wrote it in the last same 5 hours. Herm, let's film a period piece set in the Civil War, but woke culture, all the racism out of it. Same with the Birdcage or Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. Moon for $5 says, love you and miss you all. Thank you, Moon. Miss you too.
Can we also talk about really quick how there's a difference between getting people to play something on stage and getting people to play something in a movie? When it comes to stage and when it comes to acting on in Broadway or anything like that, what race somebody is for the most part completely irrelevant. If you have somebody playing the Queen of England from like whenever ago, played by a black woman, totally fine. It's like a non-issue when it comes to something. But when you put something on film, you're presenting something very specific visually. The cinematography and the visuals are part of the performance more so because it's permanent.
Well, okay. Right? What about when they do like a war film and they have like the Germany troops, and of course they didn't have women in the troops back then.
If you're gonna play a gay person, you have to be gay. If you're gonna play a black person, you're gonna have to be black. If you get killed in the movie, you have to die in real life.
But I mean, but for historical accuracy, if you're doing a war movie, right? I mean, should you have women in?
So it depends on the kind
of
the genre matters.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. So because if you're going to do a
and by the way,
series on
Tropic
Underground
Thunder
Railroad,
blew that thing out of the water.
and you
Tropic Thunder?
Tropic Thunder with Downey Jr. Brilliant.
If you're doing a series on the Underground Railroad and you have people being smuggled out of the South who are not former slaves or not black.
If
you whitewash a movie about following
can you imagine Cheshire? They're trying to smuggle Cheshire out, you know.
when I want my whitewashed American history, I'll just go to American high school, so I don't have to look in the I don't know why you guys. Like that's why I'm like kind of like
sitting
to
Texas,
back, like,
right?
I'm sitting back like, they don't teach them shit in school, right? They get the
Mikey, I'm not American.
That's what I'm like. I don't know if you know this. They don't teach them about anything that actually happened. Right. You have to ask, and then they say, "Okay, we're done for today." Like that's how
time's up. Look at that, man!
You have to save that for the 1 month that is Black History.
I mean, because for example, no one, find a high school that will talk about the Tulsa race massacre.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And there are people alive today that are victims. This is not ancient history. Yet, so in their sense, you could say that the way that history is taught in high school, people say, what do you mean? Tulsa race massacre? If you don't know what the Tulsa race massacre is, look it up.
Yeah.
That's what we'll say.
If you're talking about, if you're talking about movies, then it depends on the type of movie you're doing. If you're making a fantasy movie that's sort of medieval times, it does not mean that you have to follow the culture of medieval times in Europe at that time period.
Alternate universe.
It's fantasy. You don't have to touch on that if you don't want to. Now, if it's part of your story, then okay, fine, you can do that. It's not saying you can't do it. It just means that it's fantasy. You don't have to adhere to whatever rules did exist at the time. If you're doing sci-fi, same kind of thing.
I see no black Kryptonians.
Actually,
I thought there was.
I think there's one.
Where his movie?
It's in the. Oh, he doesn't have a solo movie, please.
I thought that was Black Lantern.
He's not Kryptonian enough for that.
I would have to, because the thing is that people think of Krypton as maybe a country or like a group of people instead of a fucking planet. But there was a if you're gonna do back to movies, if you're going to do a period piece and it's supposed to be, this is a historically accurate representation of what went down and we're going to try and be, as the goal is to be historically accurate, then yeah, you would want to be cognizant of who you're casting in what role and what color they are or aren't, because that might be relevant to the time period or the story. If it's not relevant, then it doesn't fucking matter. Cast whoever's good for the role.
Well, I'm telling you, all they need to do, if they want to have a black Kryptonian, Idris Elba. There you go.
No,
might as well. He's got it. Shut up, Mikey. Shut up, Mikey. He's got everything else. Might as well have that too.
Sick of him being good at everything.
You're just jelly. You're jelly, man.
Can we get Idris?
The man is perfection.
Idris Elba, Man of Steel, right? Superman movie.
Right? That would be brilliant. Oh my god.
Yes, please.
Come on.
I am not gay, but if I was, I'm telling you, man.
That's all I need is this big British sexy ass on a fucking with an ass on his shit. That's all I fucking need. It's already hard enough.
Although I do appreciate.
Don't deny it.
I do appreciate Henry Cavill. Henry Cavill is great, but Ben Affleck needs to not play Batman, or he needs to not be wearing lifts.
Yeah.
So I will not. I refuse. I refuse to watch the Justice League movie, all for one reason and one reason only, and I will not change my mind. And it is because Batman is taller than Superman, and I do not accept this.
Real quick. I gotta. Before we get too far,
you would know. You're 3'8". Like you would know if one was bigger than the other. They're all.
Oh, like in real life, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference, but I can tell in the movie.
I got a super chat before I get to it, Mike. I got to know, before I watch The Watchmen, do I have to watch the original movie? Do we remember anything? Because it's been a long time since I've seen the movie.
The original movie?
No.
Well, I'm not the original movie, but I mean 2009 version.
No, you'd be okay. I think a lot of stuff would come back.
I don't mind watching the movie again.
Like,
it was a good movie, but it's like 3 hours long.
It's a sister story, so there will be some things referenced to it.
I might watch it again.
That a good watching wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt you.
You should probably just read the graphic novel.
Does anybody want to watch it with me?
Yeah, it's not that long.
Let's watch it right now. All right, let me start streaming it right on your thing.
No. I mean, you gotta. I meant like literally come over and kick it with me and maybe cuddle a little bit. I don't know.
Man, I ain't got no anytime fly miles. I got maybe. You
notice he didn't care about the cuddling. It was the drive. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I can't fly out there.
He's like, he didn't want to come out here. It's too far from. But if he did, the cuddling is fine. Thank you.
Mikey,
I know.
Your frog Steve's hard.
No, he made me happy. He didn't care about the cuddling. He'd be cool with that.
I had to upgrade some equipment. That whole stimulus is gone, Steve. I ain't got no airfare to be flying.
Hey, dude, if the cuddling is good, I might pay the way. Rodent No Last Name for $20. At midnight, I celebrate my 51st. Newtonian, Einsteinian, swing around the giant fusion reactor. Couldn't spend my B-Day Eve with a better crowd. Have an opposite gift.
We should sing Happy Birthday.
Happy birthday
to you. I didn't get through the super chat yet, but that's okay. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. I just.
Last name. Happy birthday to you.
Obviously, they know nothing about a time signature, but except for Mikey, he's the only one.
All right. Now let's do the metal version. Open this picture in a circle.
Have an opposite gift on me, drinking Jameson next to my campfire and loving it. Ooh, Jameson's pretty good. All right, well, happy birthday, man. 51. Dude, you're the same age as me. I reached it first, but,
It was not prime, but it's got interesting properties. So
Helios $5 said,
nice. Black Barrel, yes.
While you're looking up Tulsa, also look up the Wilmington Insurrection of 1898, literally the only successful coup in U.S. history. I am familiar with the Tulsa incident, the Black
that
Wall
sounds
Street.
Interesting.
The Black Wall Street, we did. I don't remember learning it in school, so he's right about that. I
definitely did not learn it in school.
Yeah, it was, but on my internet travels, it's been discussed, but I never learned about it in school. But and I never heard of the other one, the Williamson insurrection. So
it's weird as a black dude learning about Black Wall Street after having graduated high school.
Yeah, it wasn't until I never heard about it in probably like 6 years ago, give or take.
Whoa, wait.
What? Do you know how much of the colonization history of the British is taught in British schools.
Yeah.
You mean the British were colonists?
Really?
None.
So, but yeah,
Never heard of
those are the
Case
things I
in
learned.
point.
We had
Case
a
in
neighbor down the farm road who was from Tulsa, and he got chased out. He fled. He was very successful, and he fled, and he came out to California, and he was an elderly gentleman, and he told me about what happened in Tulsa firsthand. This is like 1965, so I'm a kid, like, what?
Yeah.
And it was only
that's
like 40 years. That was only 40 plus years after that. And you hear
There should be a
hear them talk
lot
about
more
first time.
interviews going around about this. Yeah,
It is. Yes, it is.
one of the things that is sort of nice about the internet, until our robot overlords censor the shit out of us with their garbage algorithms, because this is the real robots we need to look out for. The real insurrection robots we need to look out for. It's not the Terminator coming in and destroying us. It's the algorithm preventing us from being able to better ourselves through conversation, because the robot gets to decide what we do and do not talk about. But sorry,
approved
tangent.
speech. Yes.
I don't know that people really better themselves through Twitter conversations and through like arguments online. Like, I can argue with somebody and prove them wrong 10 ways from Sunday. All of his people heard what I said, all of my people heard what I said, and then vice versa. People really don't change unless they have to care. I've
bettered myself through conversations with Steve.
It's very rare that people will change something that is diametrically part of them through a conversation on here.
Or
I've
if
seen
it's
it happen
convenient.
out of
So,
the hundred.
It depends if people want to or not. Like Lincoln, I'm not going to tell who he is on Twitter unless he wants to put it out. But I think a lot of it was, Steve has some.
I already put it out in the chat. So.
Yeah, you did.
So people were like, hey, Steve's saying some stuff I've never really heard of before. This is kind of odd. Is he insane, or should I go check this out, or
No, I think the change comes when a lot of the time somebody changing their mind never comes from a singular conversation.
Yeah,
it's not going to
true.
necessarily come from that one conversation that you've had with that person, either online or offline. A lot of it will come from they got exposed to something that they wouldn't have been exposed to otherwise. Something like The Cosby Show.
Mm-hmm.
Something like oh God, what's the name of the family? It's already out of my brain.
It's probably this one, because for the white folk out there, the equivalency of the Cosby Show was the Brady Bunch. So they can relate. They can. Why am I able to, for the white people to relate? We had the Brady Bunch, with Robert Reed, who would have been the Bill Cosby equivalent.
I can't remember the name of the family.
Partridge Family.
Partridge.
What was the name?
Family.
The family that was part of the Bill Cosby was part of the TV show. What was the name of the Huxtables? Thank you.
Huxtables, yeah.
Frig. That's the one I couldn't remember.
I was like playing charades with him. Like, first word sounds like
the exposure. Oh, God. The exposure to the idea the first time or the second time or the third time is not necessarily going to be what's going to change somebody's mind. It's just that they've now been exposed to the idea or exposed to the perspective. And yeah, a lot of the times on Twitter, it isn't going to seem like it's hard to know when you've changed somebody's mind. Right, because a lot of the times they're not going to say anything about it. They just change their minds, or they're lurkers. Well, they're not people who are necessarily engaging in conversation. They're the people who are just they're not necessarily advocating for one thing or the other thing. Yeah, they're the people who are watching, who are listening in. Otherwise,
the Cosby Show wasn't the only one. I mean, I was a big fan of the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I thought that shit was funny, right? And it had a very similar type of.
Will Smith playing his first and only character.
He never acted before that. You know that? Yeah, I mean, you're familiar with Will Smith. He never acted though.
He's a musician, Steve. But he's a musician.
He was a natural.
Wow,
but anyways,
West. Getting jiggy with it, na 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 na. Getting jiggy with it, na 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 na.
You won't name two more.
Canadians should not rap.
Here come the men in black. Men in black, the one that you remember.
So much for copyright strike. Wrote it no saying $5. Mikey, serious question. What's similar to your ethnicity heroes inspire to you? What would you like to see in a quote black hero?
I missed the first part of it. Can you say
Say again.
just read the whole thing again?
Mikey, serious question. What's similar to your ethnicity heroes inspired you? What would you like to see in a black hero?
I really love Black Panther. I knew about Black Panther from the comics, and then
forever.
they fucking stuck the landing on that movie. It was excellent.
Oh yeah.
And T'Challa in Civil War, and then in his own film, and now I don't know if you guys are caught up with Falcon and the Winter Soldier, the Dora Milaje. Oh my God! I hope they get their own movie. I heard rumors about this, and I really hope that that's a thing. But I like seeing non-urban black folk, and I only mean that in as opposed to they're not a basketball player or a rapper, because it's like the typecasting for black people. Either you're a drug dealer, the cop who he's too clean. It's like there's like several different roles that we have.
Can I do?
And can I say something real quick?
Wait. No, Steve, I gotta go first because I gotta do my last Will Smith song. In West Philadelphia, born and raised on the playground is where I spent most of my days.
That's a Fresh Prince song. That's not a Will Smith song.
Oh, okay.
You could have went with Miami.
Anyways, I want to throw this out there because Chadwick Boseman, he died. He passed away of colon cancer. And we have some in our community that has it as well, that has been going through chemo and has been fighting it. OPT lawyer, and he has been kicking his ass. I don't think he's watching right now, but I want to put a huge shout out to him. As people know, my brother passed away from colon cancer. It is something that everybody should be taken very seriously. But he was a brilliant actor, because you had mentioned Black Panther
get your nether regions inspected.
Do it
on the raid basis of 5 or 10 years.
Too many people are dying for this shit. I don't like it. People need to stop doing it.
And you don't have to, right?
Everybody's gonna die, but just prolong it as long as possible, because I'm sick of freaking good people dying and shit people living forever. I don't understand it.
I just put OPT lawyers in the chat, so if you are interested in supporting him and checking him out over there, he does a lot of advocacy for mental health stuff, and is now also doing advocacy for fuck cancer. So if you guys are interested, go subscribe. It would be really funny, since he's not live right now, if you all go subscribe to it. It's free, there's not a big deal. If you all go subscribe to it right now, he's gonna go log in event like in a day or two, and it's just gonna have like 100 people on it. That'd be so cool.
I'm subscribed to him on Twitch.
And
not
also,
even use Twitch.
Static Shock, Green Lantern. Those are super cool.
Static Shock.
Yep.
Those are super cool. What's it called?
Static Shock, the animated series, was also one that was that actually did deal with racism, because his buddy that does the tech for him his family is quite racist.
Okay.
Real quick, Jared said he wants to come in and cuddle with me, if that's okay with you guys.
Okay.
Hey, the big spoon is here
If
now.
there's
You guys
cuddling
settle down.
involved, then
I just want to be
definitely.
little spoon. I just want to be held sometimes.
Promise.
I have a question for the panel, right? You know about I showed you about the pair with the liqueur. One had the glass, and I sipping it slowly, and this fly landed in my glass, and so I flicked out the fly and put it on there, because they didn't want the fly in there suffering. But the fly normally, and I think it was water, right? So it'll dry off. But actually, this fly rolled over, tried to get up, rolled over, and died. Right?
Yeah.
The alcohol
poisoning.
Yep.
Killed it. Right? So that question is, should I drink this?
Yes.
Yes.
Damn right. It's sanitary.
Easy.
8-second rule. If you got the fly out within 8 seconds,
It
it's
doesn't
fine.
matter. It's alcohol. It's killed anything.
You should also consume the fly, since it's got alcohol in it now.
Consider it.
Yeah, you can't.
Well, that's
you
my
can't
alcohol.
Yeah, you're damn right I would drink it.
I'll leave the fly there as dead.
I wouldn't eat the fly, but
I will-
yeah, I'd drink it. It's sanitary.
No, that's my fucking
here's to the
alcohol in that fly.
fly's health.
I was in the
And
Navy. You know the
amusement.
shit that we had to deal with? That we had to...
Easy,
God
Steve,
damn.
easy, Steve.
We had
Dial it back,
people.
man.
We had people that had mugs that hadn't been washed in years.
Okay,
Oh,
Steve.
Oh, the biggest.
Ew.
It added
point
flavor after a certain amount of time. You put
No, it
water.
didn't.
You can put
That's
pure water in
bacteria.
it, and it still have coffee in it.
The
That is
biggest
fungus.
defense. The biggest
mold.
defense you could make is by cleaning a chief's coffee
You
cup.
never do. You never clean. He's
Never.
not even fronting. He's not fronting. We had first classes, and
Right.
it works. We had first classes, and especially Chief. You never touched their coffee cup. It was blackened by coffee. It was It's like a cast steel, a skillet.
Cast iron
skillet. Yeah, but you don't clean that shit.
Yeah, because the captain of the sub I was on, they actually had a ceramic coffee mug that was like a thing where the coffee was infused into it, and it definitely had crusty bits on it. So
crusty bits, yes,
good, man.
Got to keep those crusty bits.
So I'm going now to Copperworks Casterix Gin from Seattle.
Ooh, gin.
That's the next thing.
Damn, he's just going through the gamut. Are you just like are you sampling tonight? Is that what you're doing?
Landon's got.
I have other things here. I'm going through the stuff I have.
Is this because
the rum and coke thing? I'm the only one that seems to take this rum and coke part seriously.
I'm drinking. What do you want? I'm a lightweight.
Okay.
I will admit that I have Coke, but I have removed the alcohol from the equation because I need to stay awake for the next few hours so I can bitch out an airline.
Oh, what?
That always goes well. No-fly list. Yeah.
The airline, you want to bitch out about?
Yeah, when the FBI comes, to your door.
Can I ask the
No,
panel
they're too. Sorry, the FBI is too busy with me.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. From what I understand, Cheshire is I guess Interpol's coming for you. It was nice knowing you. I mean, we had a good run.
What did she do?
She's Cheshire.
She existed.
Oh,
I think she's Canadian.
She's Canadian.
Okay.
She was flying while Canadian.
Okay.
So Interpol apparently has an open file on her.
Can I ask the panel a question? Since Chadwick Boseman has passed, I don't think that we should just retire the role forever, even though he absolutely crushed it. Who should be the next Black Panther?
Will Smith.
It's
No.
Get out of your role. I'm sick of your
I'm kidding. I kid.
No one who's associated with
Great answer.
Scientology should
Will
replace him.
Smith. Okay.
No, it should be Matt Damon or Matt Damon is Black Panther.
I'm fairly sure it's confirmed that his sister Shuri is coming back as Black Panther.
That's in the comics, though. I'm talking about when Tyler comes back.
I think that's
Tom
happening
Cruise
in the
would be
MCU.
awesome. How about Tom Cruise?
I think that's what's going to happen.
Another Scientologist.
Oh, Josh Garver, $50. Thank you, Josh. Wow, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Man, he's enjoying this. Even though I just tuned in. So he says, "Hi, Steve. Cheers, all. Turned in late. Better late than never." You might want to start from the beginning. This was a really good discussion from the very beginning. I don't usually recommend people watching the entire Rum and Coke nights because they just all over the place, but they're fun. But this is actually one I can see somebody literally sitting through from beginning to end and watching it. I don't say that very often.
Here.
I think it's actually the first time I've ever actually said that, and I think it's only because Rodent's last name's birthday today, so we're actually having a really good episode.
He had a 51st, or she, or it.
Yeah, Rodent last name for $10 says, since most Hollywood is ethnically white and only thinks they know what is black or what browner people want, your input of what you want to see is important and needs to be part of the change.
Yes, I believe that is to Mikey himself.
But thank you, Josh, for that 50 as well, and thank you, Ronan, for another 10. By the way, I did invite Mark Pellegrino. Unfortunately, he had a second COVID shot today. He would have joined us if he wasn't feeling under the weather. So I hope he feels better if you're watching. Mark,
that's a good piece of
well, I do want Mark. Honestly, I do want his opinion on this. This is something he talks about a lot. I don't talk about his objectivism that much, But I think on this particular issue, I would like to know where he stands on the absolutism. So maybe we can get him to call in tomorrow. Or the day after tomorrow. No, wait. Today's Friday. Day after tomorrow. Monday. Yeah. But I did ask
the day after tomorrow.
The day after tomorrow.
So tomorrow is tomorrow.
Yeah. So I have a question. Somebody and mentioned saying that they had a thing about an airline and something they were dealing with and so forth.
Really quick, my wife is currently on a business trip. American Airlines is dicking around with her return travel and is delaying her flight back by a day. And as it stands right now, is not showing a willingness to either compensate her for the additional day in a hotel room or for a rental car to drive from where she is to the first connecting flight at the other airport that is in the same state she's in.
Their customer service sucks for all these places. I mean,
and sadly, that is not uncommon right now.
Yeah.
And furthermore, during the previous administration, they relaxed their federal requirements so that they don't have to if they don't want to.
But here's the thing: you would think that they would go out of their way to be as accommodating
Legally.
as possible.
It's especially seeing as how in the notification it actually says, due to a delay in your initial flight, you are going to miss your first connection.
I have the same problem with
Greyhound. It is
Greyhound.
entirely on their schedule that is causing all this.
I had a Greyhound ticket. The bus didn't show due to it broke down or whatever. I had a friend drive me instead. I looked into it. There was no way to even go about trying to get a refund for it. People had tried before. I didn't waste my time.
And I'm not excusing what the airline's doing, but your situation is not uncommon. It's one of the reasons why travel right now is particularly hellish.
Yeah.
And part of the thing is that maybe pre-pandemic, when the airlines were actually getting a bit more of a profit margin, they might, out of goodwill, try to do something.
But now it's even more important. They're not going to get that goodwill back. This is the best time for them to do stuff like this.
Absolutely.
It happened with me when I had booked my ticket to go to India before this whole pandemic thing started. I had booked a business class ticket worth $5,000. All right. Two-way ticket, and then the pandemic hit, so the flights canceled, and I called Singapore Airlines. I was like, you gotta give me my hard-earned money back because it's not my fault. Generally, if you willfully cancel the ticket, then you don't get a refund. You get the taxes back, but not the rest of the amount, which is huge. But when it's not your fault, like weather
when
and
they cancel
pandemic,
it,
when they cancel it, they should return you the money. But what I was told by the customer service was because I did not buy a refundable ticket, I don't deserve the money back. And I was like,
you do. If they cancel it, yes, they cancel it, refundable or not.
And I said, and I said it to the customer service. I'm like, are you telling me you're not going to? I'm not utilizing your service. I'm not the one canceling the flight. You are the ones canceling it, and I'm not able to utilize your service, so you're not going to return me the money that I paid of that expected service. Are you fucking kidding me?
That's when you would sue.
And that's when I went on Twitter and made a rant video, and I tagged Singapore Airlines in it. And I think so it was around that time that various airlines across, or the aviation industry, started realizing that pandemic is not the fault of the people who booked the tickets, so they deserve the money back. So the next time I called in, they were like, and I kind of yelled at them, and so they were like, okay, we'll get your money back. I'm like, okay, how much time? It took them 16 weeks to refund me. 16 weeks.
That's
they are
insane.
quick as hell to take the money, but slow as shit to give it back. But and here's the thing: there are really two options that we'd be willing to take that would ease a lot of this. They pay for the one extra night of hotel.
That's cheap as hell.
I know, especially with the city she's in. It's not that much. And really, a lot of it does come down to the principle of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you have that option. And then you
Sounds
also
like you
have...
guys are talking.
Oh, she froze.
I said it sounds like you guys are talking about business ethics.
I know, especially with things that have been going on lately. Why would that ever be a thing?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't. The airlines and these things that are going to be coming back after all this are the ones that are going to have the best customer service.
Oh yeah, and I think so. Singapore Airlines, because that was the airline I was booked with. I don't know about other airlines how they have reacted, but Singapore Airlines were quick to come around and say, "Oh yeah, nah, we need to refund
it's nonsensical. Because of course, when you pay for a service and you don't get the service, you need that's.
But you know what?
Yeah,
you know
that's
what happened after that?
Non-refundable. Non-refundable is when you do something.
You know, instead of the owners of those airlines taking the cuts and the board members taking the cuts in their salaries to compensate for that, no, they didn't do that. They let go of their employees.
Of course, that's
to compensate for that.
Yeah. I mean,
I did a whole big long stream talking about this, and a whole big expose that was written by oh, what's the guy's name? Hold on, let me pull it up. He's a CEO that cut his pay.
The 70K guy, the guy that plays his thing, 70K.
Russell, yes, Curt
Yeah, he
Russell.
pays his employees 70,000 at a minimum. I'm like,
Dan Price.
Livable wage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dan Price did a whole breakdown about, listen, this CEO is showing that the company is making profits by cutting all the pay and closing all these stores and screwing over all these employees and getting huge tens of billions of dollars of payout across these companies when they're not actually making any profit. None of this money is going back into the economy, and it's all just going into the pockets of 2 to 5 people.
Yeah. And
I did a whole
funny,
video about it.
Yeah, and it's funny how they hold on one hand they hold the jobs of the employees at ransoms when they're demanding payout from the government, but then they still go ahead and cut out jobs. They're still allowed to do that.
You sound surprised.
Like, what the fuck? Maybe when you're giving them payout, put a caveat in there, put a condition.
And then
like,
they call
you
it,
don't get
and then
to
they
cut
call
jobs for
it,
next 10 years.
How
Or
does
else,
it
then
work?
they
you
call
will
it-
be liable. Sorry.
then they call it capitalism. It's not capitalism.
And
So-
the Fox News or the Fox News or the Fox News, whatever you want to call it, or the fake news.
Fake news.
When they came to know about this particular CEO, they started, oh, he's a communist. His company's not going to survive. That guy's company's profits went into billions after that. Why? Because the employees were satisfied with their jobs, and they performed better when they were satisfied with their jobs because they had livable wages.
Be careful about that, because, for example, like the MyPillow guy being attacked by the left, he's actually doing reasonably well.
Who
in
dat?
part because the MyPillow guy, who was one of the Trump guys who was there, the White House, probably knows more about the insurrection of January 6th than he should. An attack on his company has resulted in his supporters and folks buying more of his stuff.
Oh, yeah, that
yeah,
happens.
there was a backfire effect, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it was perfectly
We will prove you wrong.
No. It was perfectly intended. He wanted
Oh, sure, he knew what he was doing.
money.
Yeah.
He's like, there's a decent amount of racists out here.
Yeah, because
hey,
it's a
I'm
good
racist too. You want a
business.
damn pillow?
Hey, if you're racist, go buy my pillow. Sells 1 billion of them. Okay.
Well,
Oh, God.
and going into that area of things, it's kind of funny, a lot of the comments I've been seeing lately, that people really seem to be afraid to respond to, or timid for some reason or another. And it comes around of the question of whether or not the District of Columbia should be a state, and the referendums that have been getting pushed because of it. I've seen people saying, oh, because they're fighting it, this is going to be the death of the Republican Party.
Oh, please.
And I've been asked,
No,
and my
Republican Party
question
is not going away.
well, and my question has been,
Of course not.
with all the controversies that have taken place for both sides, that people have gone to shout it from the rooftops that this is going to be the end of this political party. What makes this one so different?
Nothing.
Yeah, it's not. But the thing that they talk about, I mean, there's two actually. There's also Puerto Rico, which also voted to become a state. There are 46 Democrats and 2 independents that are willing to do away with the filibuster. The fear of the Republican Party is that either making Puerto Rico a state and or Washington, D.C. a state could give them the votes necessary in the current stat to with Kamala Harris to do away the filibuster, which would then allow the non-Republicans to drive through an agenda. Right, and so they're pushing that. Now, there's also fears about the fact that they're saying that if you make Puerto Rico a state, you'd have to have translators, bilingual translators in Congress, because English would not be the only language in Congress.
Oh no, I can't imagine what that would be like. Having,
I mean, you might as well get Canada at that point.
One language.
We already have a translator for Canada. Yeah, for Canada delegates. And
Yeah.
We almost need a translator for somebody who speaks Newfie. I ain't gonna lie.
I don't know what the hell she's saying half the time.
I understand that there is also a bunch of things that said, well, the fact that Washington D.C., which they want to name themselves after Douglas, right? Would be the Frederick Douglass, that they would have the highest percentage of non-whites in its makeup. And they can't have that because that would be the end of civilization, according to some people.
That would be horrible.
So I support DC, so if nothing else, because it is the audacity of the land of the free, home of the brave, singing folks at the stadiums to
except where it doesn't fit my
Disney thing about the no taxation or representation when our capital is a place where they have taxation and no representation.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, how embarrassing it is. Don't sit there and belt out, the God Bless America at the seventh inning and all of the thing of Ashland there. If you don't understand that in DC, they have taxation, but no representation.
What would it be if they were more Republican?
It's because America can't be embarrassed because everybody's watching America and how great America is. It's definitely not people watching because they're laughing at a train wreck.
What about if they were more Republican? What about, Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands, Guam, all these other territories.
America Samoa.
I mean, look, I have no problem with any of them being states. I mean, they are territories, and especially Washington, D.C. Do you think it is strictly because all of them would be very left-leaning?
Definitely D.C. I mean, D.C. would be the most democratic.
Democratic state. Yeah, and I would think Puerto Rico would be as well. I don't know what the other
but there are three states that actually have less population than D.C., right, in that sense. In the case of Puerto Rico, they don't have Democrats or Republicans. They have their own parties. The assumption is that the current senators would be, Democrat aligned, but that's not a given.
I gotcha. All right, real quick. Rodent No Last Name. He's enjoying his 51st birthday. So again, $5
Happy
says,
birthday, bro.
Happy birthday. Same question for Golden Unicorn. What heroes from your regional genetic or cultural heritage has inspired you? What heroes from what do you want to see? Kali.
Are there any?
Kali.
Are there any?
I don't know.
Well, Apu from The Simpsons.
There's gotta be. Wait, hang on. There's got to be Bollywood dancers you like. The Simpsons.
Wow. Sorry, too soon.
That was amazing.
No. That was amazing. That was actually so ironical. That was so ironic. Oh my god! This is like I was like, oh my god. That's like you're breaking all the barriers.
I feel like it's already not fair because Manya is a woman, so you're already dealing with not as many.
So yeah, my thing is, do you have any in mind? I remember one.
Kelly from The Office.
From Justice League, but it's a villain, and why I only associate with that character is because of its name, but I don't know the origins of that character. It's called Shiva, if anybody remembers, from DC. So I don't know whether she's actually Asian or Indian even or not, but her name suggests maybe. Or maybe she had a teacher who was from Asia or India. So yeah, apart from that, I've not heard any Indian female or even male superheroes. If you have any, please send the list my way. I would appreciate it.
I'll admit I'm ignorant on that.
Have you watched American Gods?
Yeah, I have. There was Kali in there.
Yes, Kali in there. No spoiler. I haven't watched the new series.
But that's a goddess. That's not a superhero. That's a goddess.
They can make a superhero about that. They did.
Tomato though.
ISIS,
because,
right? Remember ISIS?
It's not something new. It's part of a mythology that's there. Give me something new.
By the way, I love American Gods. I haven't started the new season yet.
Where can somebody please remind me where Storm?
She got
from?
Wait, who?
Stormfront?
Stormfront? She was a Nazi.
That's from The Boys.
No.
From The Boys.
Where Storm is from. From
Storm.
the X-Men?
Storm. She's
From the islands.
an African princess.
The islands.
No,
Okay.
Africa, not the islands. She was an African princess.
Aurora Monroe.
Who that?
Same with Uhura, actually.
Haley Berry.
But do you mind if I
No one of them
embrace embrace my controversial side for a moment?
Like you don't.
So,
Oh,
Hey,
there's a
hang on, real quick.
Saying
I
it,
invited you in first of all to embrace me, which you haven't done yet, but that's okay. And,
First time for
and Josh
everything.
came in, and I want to see if Josh wants to add anything before we continue, because I don't want to ignore him. And his lovely hair.
And you're muted.
Yeah, I was muted, but no, thank you for the hair compliment.
I love your hair. I'm jelly. What
I
do you
like your
want?
hair more.
I'm gonna send Manya a list of DC.
I need to
superheroes.
trim. I need to trim
Thank
the.
you.
Well, you always got to trim, but that's just that's just normal shit. But you want?
No, I mean I don't have a lot to add. I am a fan of superheroes, and comics in general. But growing up, I didn't get to read them. But I was a massive fan of DC comics, so
They were better.
mostly Superman and Batman were my two big ones as a kid.
DC's got the comic game on lock, and Marvel definitely has the movie game on lock.
I think that
I will totally agree with that.
Okay, so here's the thing. DC, all of the movie rights are owned by Warner Brothers. And Warner Brothers is trash for some reason at making real life adaptations of comic book movies. But Lionsgate, which is owned by Warner Brothers, makes really good animated movies. So if you really want to watch really good animated movies for DC heroes, you need to watch the Lionsgate animated movies. They're Flashpoint Paradox, they're Titans versus the Justice League, they're There's the one where the Justice League first gets together. They did a whole movie on that for the New 52. Really good. Marvel like animated shows and movies. Not so great. Not the worst. Not as bad as the live action adaptations of DC movies, but definitely not as good as Lionsgate.
Let me read this. Let me read this real quick. Wrote in last name $5. Go to Unicorn at least. Admire Avalestra in The Expanse. Strong feminine hero. Avalestra. I only watched the first season. I'm one of these days I'll have to get back into it. But again, now I've got to watch The Watchmen, and I've still got to watch American Gods new season.
So you never hear about them. So yeah.
If you've never seen Disney's latest thing that came out, that Raya and the Last Dragon, it's fucking great. And now that me and Mrs. Famine are looking to make babies, that's the movie that I'm totally cool that my kid wants to watch 45 times in one afternoon.
Now she's not against you.
I've
Still
been
cuddling
waiting
with
for
me.
when they
You
make
say
it free.
that now, Mikey.
I want to make sure that she's not.
No, this was actually not bad.
She's not bothered if you do ever cuddle with me, right? I want to make sure she's cool with that.
I'm sure she'd sell me out for any reasonable price because I don't know what she's into all the way. Surprises are nice.
Speaking of,
There is.
But we're trying to find out.
of non sequiturs and so
Yeah,
forth.
just think of-
I did get a question from my unfinished journey about the fine structure constant, and the answer that they're looking for is if you change this fine structure constant, the periodic table would change in ways that are weird. Even subtle changes to it changes the whole structure and chemical properties. So the notion of silicon becoming the next carbon is problematic because when you begin to change the fine structure constant, lots of things begin to change in the periodic table. And chemistry, as you know, it gets really
Resonance
wacky.
would all be messed up too.
Yeah.
There is a Marvel on Earth, just because this came up earlier about heroes from different universes being different ethnicities. Earth 50101, so 50101. Spider-Man is from Mumbai, India.
Interesting.
All right, so real quick, I sent you a link on something Cheshire. PZ Myers, did you see that? He has this
No,
thing.
I haven't looked yet.
Yeah, it says he's holding his award, and he's like, "Who's a good little humanist of the year? Not Richard Dawkins, but I am. I still am. I hope. Oh, piss off!
Oh, for fuck's
PZ
sake.
is the most ridiculously
Where the
woke
hell is
warrior of
he?
all freaking time.
Well, speaking of controversial shits
Yeah,
and
go ahead,
things
do your
of the
thing.
sort.
Go ahead.
So Smitty posted a little while ago in the chat now, something that I have highlighted, getting back to the whole statehood thing. Hispanic areas could actually be pretty politically conservative if
Yes.
Republicans didn't alienate them with racism.
Funny that.
Hang on. There's another little wrinkle to this. Democrats are just as racist by thinking minorities can't do shit on their own as well.
Absolutely. Remember,
Well, that's
remember
the wokeism we were talking about.
Yeah, I think that's how the whole
Dixiecrats,
platform came from.
particularly in
that.
the Senate, use the filibuster to do what? To keep Jim Crow, from being eroded, right? And it wasn't until a Texan named Lyndon Johnson, who had personal and physical, power over people, pushed through some changes which have been there. So the notion that you say, well, Puerto Rico will become democratic is not true. There are conservatives and there are liberals in Puerto Rico. Guess what? The people in there, they have a political spectrum too. And so just because there are Republicans concerned that Spanish might be spoken in Congress does not mean that Puerto Rico will elect senators and Congress members who will be purely democratic.
I hear
Is
there
Blue-
are a lot of conservatives in Puerto Rico, actually.
Is Blue Beetle from Mexico or from Brazil?
Yes.
Or both?
No, okay. So this is why I said that it was going to be controversial, because now I poked Smitty. No, it was not a dig at social services. I believe that social services should be liberally applied when and wherever necessary. What I was specifically pointing to is a lot of the rhetoric you get from the Democratic side of things portraying minorities as not being able to do something solely because they're a minority. Where this has recently come about is actually about the whole rigmarole around voter ID requirements. People have quite literally said that voter ID is racist because minorities can't get the ID as easily as someone who is Caucasian.
Why do you think? Hold on. Why do you think that they would say that?
Because they're racist fucking assholes that are saying it.
So in a lot of states, Illinois and Missouri being one of them, if you have any sort of traffic offense, they won't let you renew your license until you pay your fines.
And one of the things in particular is it's more...
In a lot of ways, those simple, like, oh, well, we're just trying to collect our ticket money, those things become regressive ways and ways that states can subtly restrict people's ability to vote.
Well, yeah,
because
but
you have to have a state ID.
I think you can have it. You can make a case that some of these voter ID laws are classist, right? That people that are less affluent will be more affected by.
Yeah, and that's true, but I
not
think
purely, but it's more affected.
Yeah, so I get that.
That's really the next step.
But you can still get. You don't need to get a license. You still get ID. That having fines does not prevent you.
Except if you are struggling trying to make ends meet.
Yeah, I get that. It's more. It's more of a poverty type thing. But
there's a difference between targeting unfairly and making things more difficult for people on purpose because they are part of this to keep them out of voting. It doesn't mean that the law is inherently going to be racist, but if it's being made with the intent, if it's being made with the intent to keep people of a certain ethnicity or of a certain class away from being able to vote, whether it be because they are poor or because they are of an ethnicity, or it affects more people of this ethnicity because more people in that area are poor because of racist laws in the past. If the goal is to target that minority, you're being racist, even if the law in itself doesn't have any racist things written into it.
All it has to do is affect poor people and run the numbers who has systematically
it's poverty.
Exactly.
had the least amount of income.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
So then it disproportionately.
It's not just poverty, though.
But I mean, that's the biggest. But that is the biggest influence.
It disproportionately affects one group of people over other groups of people, which is why they do it, because it's like, it'll hurt a couple of the poor whites, but it's really going to stop them from going in the first place.
Here's the thing to keep in mind, though: the places that have actually already gone to an photo ID requirement, guess what they also did? They dropped the prices to zero or measly amount of dollars, like $10 or less for a photo ID.
Which is
state issued photo ID.
It shouldn't cost $10.
Well, I mean, why? I had to pay $10 a month.
Right as an American citizen.
Yeah.
You have the right as an American citizen to vote. The thing I remember again in Florida 2000, that they went through and did a voter purge and a voter suppression stuff in 2000. This is not something new, and of the people that were suppressed, you were 11 times more likely to lose your vote if you were an African American in Florida than you were any other race.
If they're going go ahead. Sorry.
And so it wasn't a case of saying, well, how can keep black people from voting? It was a case of the local people saying, we don't want them to vote, them being the people they don't think would vote for them. And so there was a voter suppression, and that still is today. Florida is one of the four worst states in the union as far as people wanting to vote and being able to vote.
Yeah.
But so if it's going to be a state or a federal mandate that people have to bring an ID in, and I have a right to vote as a citizen, then guess what? The DMV is sending me an ID for free. You're going to eat the cost on that.
Exactly.
Because
it should be if the state's going to insist on ID, then it should be the burden on the state
have a problem with that.
To ID people.
I don't have a problem with that. I think you still have to request it, right? I mean, if you say, look, you send me an ID, I think you should be able to get one for free. I don't have a problem with that.
It ought to. Well, there's two things that should probably happen then. It ought to be pretty much who isn't registered for school or registered for whatever it's called, a SIN number in America. Because if you call it a SIN, it's called a SIN.
Security.
Yeah, it's called a SIN number in Canada. I feel like if you were to change the name of America, people would flip the fuck out because it says SIN. But whatever.
We're calling what's your debauchery number.
Yeah, what happens in India?
If you have that, right? If you're required to have a SIN number to have a job, or you're required to be registered to go to school, then your student ID that you get from the school ought to be valid to be used in this case.
Here's the problem with both of those.
Or you issue a photo with the SIN number when you get it.
All right, Chesh, here's the issue with those being the requirements to suit the ID. You can have both of those or either of those in the U.S. and not be a citizen.
Well, no, fair enough.
All right, real quick.
If I may.
Well, hang on.
Go on.
That's what you had. And Jared, just to kind of put a pin on what you were saying, I think it's more the Democrats actually going out of the way to say to disenfranchise people, we know better than you. We know what you need better than you. That's been the biggest problem.
To me, that mentality is racist.
Yeah, no, of course.
But understand as well, for example, H.R. 1, which is the first bill passed by the House of Representatives, one of the provisions says that if you believe you're a voter, but they say no, you're not because of whatever reasons, you will have the right to cast a ballot that's provisional, so that you have at least voted, because you can't consider votes that aren't even cast. Mm-hmm. And so they're saying, if, for example, the state has some requirement that you were unable to meet because, let's say, ID stuff, that you would have the right to cast a ballot. That ballot would be called provisional. And if they needed to, because the race is close, they could go and adjudicate each case to determine, did you have the right to vote?
Yeah.
Well, no, because
it would say, if you were denied the right to vote because they required photo ID and you didn't have it at the time, you could still cast a provisional ballot, which then could be adjudicated afterwards if the race was close.
Yeah.
You could also do something along the lines of, if your social insurance number needs to have a picture on it, just have the picture be required if you're a citizen, and your card doesn't have a picture if you're not a citizen.
But to say, so the notion
and then you can issue it easier.
But the issue about the voting stuff is the fact that most politicians prefer there be fewer voters because the campaign to be less expensive.
It's easier to target.
And that's that. So the problem with H.R. 1 is that it would have to survive the filibuster in the Senate. So if you want to look at what's going to happen in the next 2 years, watch what happens with Senate rules. If something like DC statehood or the Voting Rights Act, renewal of the Voting Rights Act, were to pass the Senate, then you've known they've moved past essentially the bigots or that are there. And by bigotry meaning people who say they don't want them to vote.
I think
same-
people
they're
also
trying to
take.
Franchise them.
The same people who are bringing this up now, where were they 4 years ago? Still in office. Where were they 8 years ago? Still in office. Where were they 12 years ago? Still in office. So this is an obvious reaction.
Yes.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that are also like starting to notice and point out. It's like, well, you don't react. People get however many people, 24 or something, got shot with an automatic from a hotel room, and the person just shot blindly into a crowd at a concert. And there was like, oh, don't do anything about guns. Oh, don't do anything about guns. Oh, don't do anything about guns. You can't politicize it. Can't politicize it. Now people are like, oh, what? There might pretend to be some kind of election issue. Well, let's better put all these regulations in. And it's like, why are you handling these two things so differently?
They got rid of bump stocks after that.
Yeah.
That was the one thing Trump actually did right. Was he did
and high
veto
capacity
the bump stock thing.
and high capacity.
That was individual.
And
Real
so
quick.
you understand that that what's happening with this process is that there are, it doesn't have to sit there and say the law says if you're this race you can't vote. What the process says is essentially, let's suppress these voters, make it more difficult for them to vote, make a greater burden for them to vote, even if it's small, because that burden will change demographics of who gets to vote. Yep. And that's what's being designed. Same thing why they do gerrymandering. Again, I'm not talking about any particular party, but the people who happen to be in power in a local area want to continue stuff. And where you're seeing some of the changes in voter laws are states where the demographics are changing. In Georgia, it is the demographics are changing, right? That there are people who normally wouldn't get out to vote, they're getting out to vote. In Arizona, there are indigenous people that are voting. Biden won Arizona because indigenous people came out solidly for Biden. It didn't help the fact that the orange hair guy did a bunch of nasty things.
Idiotic.
So that's really what we're talking about. Is right now there are a bunch of laws throughout the states that are trying to change and make it more difficult for people to vote because they can contain a smaller group. And so that's one of the things why I think HR1 is so important, because the Voting Rights Act that was passed in 1965, I believe, has been steadily eroded by people who don't like the fact that it's easy for people to vote. Trying to make it harder.
So got a super chat on the table. Slight divergence here. Kawasa 5001. Oh yeah, Landon, what's up with that muon G2 thingy that got everyone interested in astrophysics just typed?
G-2 is an experiment where the muons wobble. Originally they thought the constant was 2, but it turned out because of chromatic electrodynamics that it's 2 plus some things, and that plus some things turned out that people started measuring that accurately of the extra. So when they call it G-2 because it's all the stuff after 2 that due to quantum mechanics is significant. And it turns out that the measurements of what they thought and the theory are currently disagreeing. That can be for several reasons. That there's an error with how they're measuring it, there's error with the theory, or both. And so people are interested. The thing that science gets really excited about is when they discover they don't know. Right now, people don't understand the result, and people are excited. Scientists get excited about not knowing something because that means they can learn.
There's something to do.
Yes.
I need to take off, but I do want to leave with a question for the panel. So what is it that the wokeism is doing for these clearly racist issues when it comes to voter suppression?
They're canceling people. That's what they're doing. They're canceling people.
I think the woke issue is emboldening bigotry and racism and enabling them to do
I totally agree.
horrible things.
Yeah, I think
Sure.
my standpoint on that is, while the majority of them are coming from a good place of wanting to help people, the way it's being handled and the way a lot of this is being presented and discussed is doing more harm than good. It is polarizing and dividing the entirety of the populace instead of actually being able to have a conversation where that common ground can be reached and then built upon.
Yeah, because they're vilifying people and they're alienating people. That's why.
Can you guys quantify like the polarization? Like who's gaining, which side is getting more people? Because I don't know that the polarizing is doing a particularly bad job, because a lot of people are, forgive the phrase, waking up, and they're like, you know what? Yeah, this is some bullshit. I'm real sick of dudes getting away with this slick talk. Like, I'm sick of this whole slick talk that everyone's pushing. And people who are non-minorities are stepping up and saying things. Do I agree with how they say all that shit? No, they'll figure it out in time. This is all, unfortunately, very new for people to actually say something when something racist happens, as opposed to, well, I didn't hear it. Did you hear it? I didn't hear that shit. And then everyone just goes about their day.
So to quantify it, I don't think there is a way right now with the information at hand to definitively say how many people have switched, because my point of view on it, from my vantage point of watching all sides of this, is that you haven't gotten any changes in position. You've gotten clarifications of where the fractures are, and those fractures have widened.
Can I tell you a change that happened like within 2 days ago? That cop shot that little girl, and they put the body cam footage out within 24 hours.
Yeah. And what had changed
that
was
never happened before. It was always weeks and weeks and weeks before we heard anything.
But you also unfortunately had people like LeBron James and other people commenting on it before they even knew what the hell was going on about it, right?
They're not involved. We can't
I
listen
agree.
to distraction people,
I agree. But here's the thing.
Not important.
You still have people out there that are the woke that are going to vilify and condemn before they even have the facts, right? That's what wokeism has turned into. It has turned into, oh, let's use this any way we can, right? To go after people and put forth our agenda. Facts be damned, right?
Yes.
Right.
And that's what I see the woke community has become. Now, do they have great intent? Sure, whatever. But the ACLU had great intent at one time. PETA probably had great intent at one time, too. But these groups no longer have the intentions that they had before. They have been taken over by radical ideology.
I think the ACLU still has pretty good intents. Yeah. It's just there are people in the ACLU you may disagree with.
I'm not a big fan of the ACLU.
Yeah.
PETA's worse, though. PETA's way worse. At least ACLU does a few things I definitely do agree with. The PETA has become a terrorist organization for all practical purposes.
Yeah. So the larger point that I was driving towards there with Mikey is not just the clarifying of the divisions and the spreading, and why there's not really any changes of opinions on the divisiveness and the way the rhetoric is playing out. It's more pushing people closer to where they core fall in on both sides. And then you have people like me trying to actually look at things from all sides and come to a rational middle point saying, fuck all you assholes, I'm done dealing with both sides of this.
So you're not allowed to do that to the woke side. The woke side is the definitive black and white fallacy, and you agree with them or you're an enemy. Period. That is how they look at it.
But that's classic. That's classic symptoms of a cult too.
Yes, I do not disagree with you on this.
You get that from multiple groups. So that whole mentality of you're either with me or against me. Sorry, there's a lot of fucking gray to life. There are places in between, and that's what is being driven away from.
Yeah, but at the same time, like this entire time that I've been here, it's been wokeness, as opposed to the patriots who think that if you don't do X, Y, and Z, you're not American. You know what I'm saying? So like,
well, they're just as bad too. Some of those people, absolutely,
exactly. They're just as bad.
A good point. No question. The Trump cult and the woke cult are cults. They just happen to pretend to oppose each other.
Yeah.
It's actually the horseshoe model. The extremes are actually a lot closer to each other than they are the middle.
Hey,
which is why I said they pretend.
We saw this on the Non Sequitur show when we had an ethno-state advocate. We had J.F. Garapi, who believes in race realism, and we had my friend psychopath atheist, who I didn't know at the time advocated for an ethno-state for vastly different reasons. Obviously, psychopath atheist is black, and J.F. Garapi is just a racist. But they actually agreed. Yes, we want segregation among the races. I'm like, oh no, No, it literally was the horseshoe, right? I mean, it blew my mind. But yeah, I see that a lot nowadays. I think that when it comes to the woke community, I see when it comes to the Trump community, they probably have more in common than they probably agree with, because they're both radicalized to such a degree,
Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't think it does any of us service in merely discussing what clearly the cray-crays are talking about. You know what I mean? Like, I get that they can be part of the general discussion, but for us to only focus on the people who are clearly like I don't think there's anyone who's like, the anti-maskers really do have a point at this time. No, you don't have a point.
Sure. And
there's a handful here and there, but again, those discussions were had, though. Nobody shut those discussions down. They were found wanting, and they found that the anti-maskers didn't have a case. Whoa.
God damn.
Right, and so that's why.
Can I actually say something on this?
Yes,
because
absolutely.
this is my whole family. We're actually not really speaking right now.
Oh wow.
Because they are all anti-maskers. They won't get the vaccine. They go out to like packed bar rooms every night of the week. I had to cancel a trip back to visit my family because I was like, I'm not comfortable.
Right.
Like going to do that.
Yeah, that sucks.
And because I am vaccinated, but I'm on other medication to where they can only guarantee the vaccine is 70% effective for me. It might be more, but they can only guarantee that.
And you would likely have to have boosters, and you don't want to. Just think you got a flu shot. You don't say, well, let me go around and rub shoulders with people.
Yeah, you don't go out of your way
flu.
to expose yourself. Sure.
Exactly. If I know there is a risk, I'm not going to go in that area.
Yeah. And you have a very specific risk you are going to avoid. So the fact that they are unable to even accommodate that is just rude.
It was. We had a massive falling out because I had planned a trip to visit them for Easter. They celebrate. I don't, but I was going to see my family.
Yeah,
Brandon Barrett.
Yeah, and I found out, that they're not only are they not caring. My sister and brother-in-law went on a spring vacation to Tennessee, and people that were with them caught COVID on the vacation, and I was like, I'm not coming back. Like I'm done. Like this is not. And
that's sad. That's very.
It caused a massive falling out to where some of my family members won't even talk to me anymore.
That's a shame.
And now, Josh, I know this doesn't help, but the 1918 pandemic, they used to be blamed incorrectly on Spain. We had the same problems. We had people that were masking and people were not. Right? Denver and San Francisco had riots and people because they didn't want people to wear masks back in that time period. And families split apart for that similar reason. I know that doesn't help, but sadly, this is history repeating itself.
That's how I lost like a few of my great uncles.
Wow.
Oh, from the 1918 pandemic?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And Brownsville,
and yet
Tennessee.
people resisted wearing masks then.
So for me, it was kind of, I don't align with my family ideologically. They're in a very rural part of Western Pennsylvania that, they just, it's weird. I don't even know how to describe
Kentucky area?
Yes. So like, I knew that at some point there was going to be this, like something was going to happen that finally just made me not just agree to all their bullshit anymore. And it turned out to be this. And it was only because I didn't want to die, I guess. And so, and they didn't care.
I feel for you, Josh. And sadly they're repeating history, but I know that doesn't help. But
the other funny story is I lied to them at Christmas. They wanted me to come home for Christmas.
You're not Santa Claus?
We were much more into it then.
Santa Claus was not real?
Yeah, so
The hell's going on in here?
it turns out he wasn't. But no, what I lied about, like they wanted me to come home, and I said, you know, I'm kind of wary about like having a get together because I'm at risk here, and this was before I had any vaccine, and my mom and my dad both told me like, we don't care, you're not gonna ruin your mother's Christmas. Like we don't care if you die.
Oh
just come
wow,
here.
we don't care if you die.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
And so I made up a lie, and this is how weird they are. I think this explains it. So I knew that I had to come up with a story, and the story I came up with was that my work was tracking us on our phones, and if we traveled
Nice.
for Christmas,
Yep.
and I got COVID, that I would lose my job. And my parents were like, "Oh shit, you can't know. That's money."
But they love conspiracy theories too. They're probably like,
yeah.
was it 5G?
Sure.
Was it 5G?
you say the government's tracking
Oh man.
Stay home.
And this is going to be a sad. This is going to be a big problem with people in the United States, where there'll be pockets of resistance for political reasons, religious reasons, whatever reasons that won't and will have these areas of concentration of non-vaccinated, non-boosted people, and that's where you're going to get breeding grounds.
It's going to
for
mutate.
New variants.
It's going to mutate.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the
It's
spot.
already mutated in India.
Yeah. No. And I
Yes.
tried to explain that to them, but I mean, you're probably really surprised here, but my family didn't understand virology at all.
No, really? No.
So yeah, it's a
I'm a
difficult
little
thing.
bit
And so
taken
one of the
aback by it.
problems I can, even though, for example, I'm not traveling in 2021, it's going to be difficult for me to travel in 2022 because I will be an American, and I expect that we'll have COVIDiots. And they'll say, you're from the land of COVIDia with a bunch of COVIDiots, so you're not welcome here, right? When I go into Canada, eventually when Canada's no longer closed, my plan is to take my car up to the border and have a rental car bring a Canadian plate car over and travel in Canada on Canadian plates, because I know
Yeah.
that right now, even if I can get even if I can get permission to go into Canada, but Canada has a bunch of problems with COVID, by the way. Showing up right now with American plates will get you reported. So
Whoa.
no, I'm serious. I'm very serious, right? Because Canadians know the Americans, but they're now suffering the fact that there are people in in places like Ottawa that have to fly patients to places like Montreal, because they're running out of oxygen, or out of ICU wards, out of turning children's wards and ICU wards, because Canada has a big surge.
Yeah, India's also having the second surge right now.
Oh, India's going
to because what happened was with India is politicians think that with other issues like religion and stuff, they could bluff through this one too. So they made this like hard stance in the beginning. Oh, we're going into lockdown and stuff. We are getting the vaccines. Everything will be fine. And then came elections. Now, politicians in India cannot afford not to have rallies, because that's how they get people to like blindly just vote for them.
That's how they buy votes.
Yeah. So they had rallies. Even the Prime Minister of India had rallies where there was no social distancing and not even masks. Nothing. And now they're like Pikachu faced that the second surges come in, and it's probably a mutated version of the original COVID.
Or multiple mutations.
Or multiple mutations. That, and we are lacking facilities. Our hospitals are not capable of handling even 10,000 people. Forget 100,000s of people that are now coming in. People are lined up in vans on streets waiting for beds, and there's shortage of oxygen right now. And they did this another photo of one of the politicians did a photo op with a van service that was brought into place to take the corpses away.
Yeah, I mean, they're yes, it is.
And
Go ahead.
And they did a picture of finally when the hospitals were screaming their lungs off that we are out of oxygen, people will start dying. So they did another photo op with the tankers of oxygen now heading towards critical hospitals and stuff. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Now you realize, like, I'm so angry. My parents, they have listen. This is a rant. Okay, now you gotta listen.
Please go ahead. Go for it.
My parents, they did everything in their power to keep themselves safe. They've got the vaccines. They stay in their house. They don't go anywhere. They're retired now for 2 years now. They haven't gone anywhere, and they're now started to get affected. I even think that they're getting depressed now to the point. My mom's getting more irritable. She can't tolerate me for longs now when we talk, and it's affecting people who are actually doing the hard work to keep themselves safe, because like Landon said, the COVID idiots don't get it. And then a week ago, we had one of the massive events, the largest events that happens on this planet, if anyone's heard about it. It's called the Kumbh Mela, where people come together to dip into a river that's filthy polluted because it's going to wash their sins away.
Yeah.
1,500,000 people gather every year for that event, and it happened this year too.
Yeah.
So
No, I'm good.
I'm
good.
so
I'm
frustrated.
Well,
I'm
that's
so
how-
frustrated right now.
That's how religion dies out.
Manya,
You know.
What Manya is saying, the situation in India is extraordinarily serious.
Yeah.
Many millions of people are going to die. You look at the exponential curves.
They have started
It
dying.
is just, and we're going to see many millions of people right now. India's struggling, just trying to cremate the people that are dying.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that. They're having trouble finding spots to cremate people to die.
Yeah.
It is extraordinarily serious within India. And you say, well, it's India. Well, this is part of the problem with the rest of the world. So in some ways, if the U.S. finds resistance to people wanting to get vaccinated, the right thing to do is to say, okay, if you're going to be idiots, let's send the vaccines to places that need it, because it's not just getting your people in your area vaccinated. You need to have the world protected.
Yeah, I mean,
what they're doing, they're banning people from India.
They have no
coming
choice.
back.
It's they're. If you look at the things, it's exponential, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, you look at like the States, it has gone down. I mean, the mask has worked. The social distancing has worked. But other countries that aren't utilizing it, it has the opposite effect. Rodent last name $5. One second. Empathy aside, is this a potential solution to the world population problem? No, because the population is so huge that it's only not going to have an effect on that. But the problem is, it's
1.3 billion, dude. 100,000, couple of 100,000 people dying.
Yeah, but it is taxing on the economy. It is taxing on the resources, and I'll say I think in the long run a lot of this will be taxing on religion, because the religious people out there, they're saying, hey, look, don't have to take precautions, don't have to do this, don't have church things, don't have these things. They're the ones that are going to be dying out. It's unfortunate, but
there are too many, man. They're having so many children at this point.
I know it's right. I know.
I'm just like so frustrated, especially with the politicians back home.
Because they don't do anything to fight it. They don't do anything to educate.
I can probably get a flight to India, but I can't come back to New Zealand because they won't allow me to.
Right.
And my parents, I haven't met my parents for 3 years now because of this, of these stupid idiots who refuse to listen.
And look what happened in in more New Zealand. They eradicated it for all practical purposes.
Yep.
And everyone
they get one. It's in the fucking news.
No. And anyone who says, "Oh, it's a small population, it's an isolated island," yeah, we had more problems. We isolated ourselves economically. Also, our tourism industry crashed because of that. And because we were able to eradicate this virus, that's why our tourism industry recovered also at the same time, at the very same pace it went down. So there are advantages of protecting your skilled people, you bakas out there. Fuck.
Well, I
And
still
also-
haven't. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Also,
Go ahead.
if if you don't allow the virus to spread, there will be less burden on your medical facilities. Think about that.
Let her go.
Yeah, think about it.
Let her go.
Yeah, think about it. I'm with. So yeah, I've been engaged for a minute
I'll
now.
mute myself
We
now.
can't. We can't get married because it's not responsible for us to bring our aging family together from all fucking parts of the world and the country. Like, it's not fair to us it's not fair for us to ask everybody to come in here just to celebrate us being together. So we'll probably get vaccinated and dip off and do a little something on our own, and then just come back. And then when things calm down, we'll eventually have a reception.
And
I'm not
understand-
virtual wedding anything.
It's sad. It's that those are
I
are
will say
the
this.
costs.
If you want to change the title of this video, I would love you to. Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of India, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, I'm gonna change it to that. That's not gonna get us demonetized.
He
No.
made
I
he
second that
went
idea.
ahead and made a 1,300 crore statue of a leader who's not
This
here
is freedom of
anymore.
speech right here. This is what the original thing was. This is full circle. This is
And-
free speech Absolutism right here.
This is free speech,
Oh,
you
yeah.
fucking and all the politicians who are in
I'm gonna
the,
lose
in
my
the
channel,
current
but
party
it's free
that's in
speech.
power in India.
Was
Fuck
it
you
worth it?
guys.
Was it worth
Fuck
it?
you.
Hashtag
And
was it worth it?
I understand what Anya is saying. Again, how serious it is in India. Right now, there are daily cases of new cases. Daily is 1 million per day of
Jesus.
new cases, and it's exponentially increasing. And until you wait another 6 to 8 weeks, 10 weeks, those are going to be a sad percentage of those people will be dying.
Think
And the-
about the doctors, for fuck's sake, who are overwhelmed. They're seeing death every day. People have to share beds. There are 2-3 people sharing one single bed, not a king size bed or something. It's a single bed. And these fucking politicians in India are like, oh, everything's good and berry. It will be fine. And I'm like, fuck you all. Sorry.
It's sad. It's a very serious thing. If you sit there and you think, well, I'm not in India. Well, no, you're in the planet, and India is a part of the planet. And guess what? It's going to affect you.
If it affects Mani, it affects me. God damn it.
You dense motherfuckers out there, politicians in India. Especially those people who are like, corona will go away if you drink cow piss. I used to worship cows. I'm a Hindu. I used to be a Hindu, but fuck, I don't worship them to this length that I'm going to drink cow urine to get rid of a virus.
I love.
No, man, it totally works. It totally works, man.
I love Manya when she's mad, lad, but my ears, not so much.
Sorry.
No, it's
But
okay, man.
I want you to folks to hear it is extraordinarily serious right now. Number of cases, India is behind the U.S. by half, but their exponential rise, and there's no slowing down of the exponential curve in sight.
Yeah, it's exponential. The spread of the virus is exponential. I don't know what.
Again, think about it. Today, more than 1 million new cases were reported. Now, the number of people that actually got it is much more because they're only talking about the people that were reported. Because part of the thing the government's doing is underreporting to make them pretend like they're doing something.
Yeah. That's another thing. Oh God! Like, so yeah, like if it gets out there in the sphere of the YouTube sphere. I'll say this again: all the politicians in India who don't wear masks, who are not limiting their political rallies, and any public gatherings, they're like, fuck you.
Can we start working on our plans to get to Mars?
Yeah,
So
Mars.
Yes, please.
Here a little bit. How do we get to Mars? How fast?
And we're gonna take our infections to
in
Mars.
favor of Manya. There's you're seeing a lot of people in the chat that are supporting you. So, and again, this is something that, and if you're a vaccinated person, do your other people who are not vaccinated courtesy and mask and social distance, because as a vaccinated person, you can still be a carrier. As a fully vaccinated person, you can get a variant.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if you think, well, okay, maybe you don't care about yourself, but for other people it is. And so again, it's a serious situation. That's Brazil is a similar thing. Brazil is right behind India in terms of COVIDiots.
Oh, they're in competition with each other. Sorry, I'm spitting out food right now. Fuck off.
I thought you were
Sorry.
muted.
Sorry, but that's another spot that's there. And so, the U.S. State Department travel put 110 countries on level 4, which is don't travel at all, right? And that's now many of those countries have the U.S. in no trouble because we have our own COVIDs. So let's not pat ourselves on the back. You know, the resistance to people who are the resistance to the vaccine. And I know of 2 people in my social circle that are not getting vaccines. One person fears the government, another person fears God.
Okay.
What do you mean? There are religious people that think they have turned this over to the Holy Spirit, and if they get a vaccine, they're telling God they doubt the Holy Spirit's ability to keep them safe.
Yep.
Well, there's
I'm
that.
not kidding.
I know you're not kidding.
Yeah.
I have family members that are both ways, Landon.
I know
Yeah.
people just like that.
Yeah, and it's all to have great to have faith, but the thing is, from historical contents, the people that have faith that don't take the necessary biological things in accordance with them, the faith alone isn't going to do it. It never has before. It never will. Even as an agnostic, I have to accept certain realities. Faith alone doesn't do a damn thing. And that might be because God wants it that way. I don't know. But there's never been a person music. All right.
No.
But anyways, I got to wrap it up anyways. It has gotten way too late for me, and it's 10 o'clock, so I do have to end this. Guys, I want to thank you guys for joining us tonight. This was a very fun and informational Rum and Coke night, a very passionate one as well. If you guys got some stuff you want to leave us with, not Manya, because she'll never shut up. But anybody got anything?
Go check out Nat One Heroes. It's awesome.
Go check out Nat
Check out
One
Heroes. They're cool stuff.
And the Ben podcast. Do that. Dig on America. Do that.
So the Our Favorite Universe channel, the David, my producer is working on the intros and exit stuff. I actually have several episodes in the can, but he's working on that process. He had to pause because there's a thing called Nat One Heroes that needed some producing, and so my things are being delayed there, but they're coming along. So I promise you there'll be stuff showing up and in Our Favorite Universe. Check it out. It's a YouTube channel. And I will have stuff. I've one on the core of Mars, another one on wine and space, another one where I had a nice discussion with Ansgar, or the Ansgar as we call him now. And there's more science stuff coming. So
it'll be Sir Ansgard one of these days, right?
Yes, and of course the other thing I plug is Milwaukee Atheists. Check them out tomorrow. I'm going to be on the Milwaukee Atheist Sunday School. They're going to make me read. I think I think it's Ezekiel. They'll make me read a chapter in there. They're going through the Bible, and we're currently I think we're in Ezekiel. And of course, do consider this channel and becoming a patron of Steve McRae and all the good stuff he does.
Yeah, if you like the stuff, become Patreon. Patreon has been pretty bad this last year because of obvious things going on, and I even moved to Patreon because reasons. And I could tell you right now, I'm not one of those people that if you harass my friends, I don't care how much you pay me, you're not going to become a patron or be around my channel. So I had to remove a patron, unfortunately, for certain things.
What's that mean?
I mean, but support the channel, thumbs up.
But you know, I love my Patreon, so you know. It is in the video description. Become a Patreon, but it's just sad that you know when you people think that because you know you become a Patreon you can harass people, and it's like it doesn't work that way.
Yeah,
and they don't
show up on Steve's show because
they don't take the, I don't understand it. They won't. People won't take the hint. There are certain people that I do not want ever around. They came, you know, a few of them came calling the other day when I was on Discord, and it's just like. I don't get it. It's at that point it's harassment. Don't be around people that don't want you around. It's simple as that. But anyways,
like have some self-respect, you know.
Right, exactly. But anyways, I love you guys. I will be on tomorrow. Well, actually, I guess today, if it's for most people, it's on Saturday. It's going to be on Creepy Reading channel. It's going to be 5:00 Eastern time. And it's going to be on the Chronology of the Non Sequitur show, and he has about 309,000 subscribers, so he gets about 250,000 views per video. I don't know what his live stream does, probably not anywhere near that, but you know, if he gets given 10,000, 20,000 view for a video, it's pretty good because, you know, we want people
Warren
to...
is mods, though.
Yeah.
Warren is mods. Like,
Oh, yeah, no, he's been following this for a very long time.
Like I said,
nah, for the trolls will
he
be
knows.
knocking.
this bottle, when the remaining 5% gets either done or contained in a container that you can't quantum tunnel out of.
Works for me.
We'll open this bottle in your honor.
Yep. Sounds good.
Ooh.
All right. So everybody, thank you. Josh, thank you very much for joining us. As usual.
Oh, thanks for inviting me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mikey
Thank you,
and
Mikey.
Lincoln and Jared and Landon and Manya, you guys have been amazing. I'm going to eat a little bit and pass out. That's my agenda.
That's a good plan.
Sounds like a
Very
good
good
move.
plan.
Awesome. Good night, guys.
Bye, everyone.
Last minute super chat. Wrote it last name $5. Landon, are you charging yourself for the artwork you're making? I hear it's